BetQL, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
And you can say I'm a homer. I don't care. Sark has built this program like Nick Saban built Alabama. This is a really deep roster. This is a national championship roster.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlor.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM on a Monday. Coming up on the show, we get things started by recapping our best bets from the Motor City last night. Lions, Vikings, and everything else we looked at over the weekend. In 20 minutes, more from Week 18 of the NFL before we begin our preview of the Orange Bowl and the Cotton Bowl and the college game. During the 7 o'clock hour, we pick a winner of the weekend as we cast our votes for Monday MVP. Then we'll look at all of the results from Week 18 of pro football, look ahead to the playoff picture during the 8 o'clock hour, and we wrap things up at 8:40 by handing out our best bets and chatting with the Dogster as well. And give us a follow on X at Daily Tip MGM and BetQL app. I'm Jenks. She's Chelsea. Good Monday morning. How you doing, Chelsea?
Yeah, good morning. Week 18 in the NFL was actually way more entertaining than I thought it was going to be. Because, namely, my Titans now have the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft.
Yeah.
Didn't see that one coming. And also the Sunday night game, didn't expect that one to be a snooze fest. So the NFL, it always has some tricks up its sleeves. Week 18 was one of those. I didn't think it was going to be like a fun week to watch just because a lot of these games didn't really mean that much. But I was kind of surprised. I had a good time.
Oh, well, I mean, your bets did great, so that always helps. But I will say that I was kind of bummed, too, about the whole Sunday night football game. And we'll get into all of that. But I thought everything was going to be leading up to this moment, and it was going to be awesome. And here we go. First time 2 teams have had a combined 28 wins. And like you said, I'm just kind of like, all right, well, I hate it when things don't meet expectations. We built it up a lot, but it didn't even come close.
Yeah, they definitely got little brothered on Sunday Night Football. And I think now the questions are going to come up. Because here's the thing. If it was any other quarterback in any other team, we would probably write it off as a one-game thing and say, okay, well, whatever. He's a good quarterback still. There are going to be so many people now saying, this is the Sam Darnold that we expected this year. You know, this is the Vikings team that we expected this year. So it's going to be funny to see how the narrative shift today. Hopefully we won't be too overreactionary, but maybe it's a question worth bringing up because we've seen this in the past with teams who make it to the postseason and teams that win like a bunch of close games that sometimes they're on potential fraud alert. So we'll get into that later. But Jenks, I never thought that I would be so invested in the result of the Patriots and Bills game yesterday. Like this was high drama at our household. Because obviously the Patriots needed to win that game or the Bills for my Titans to get the number 1 overall pick. I was on pins and needles. We were waiting for the score to go final, and when it finally did, celebration. Finally, a 3-14, was it 3-14 season, I think? The season of misery was actually worth something here in our house. So again, week 18 kind of delivered for me.
I was going to ask you about that. I was thinking about you yesterday because I was like, man, I think because I wasn't thinking about the whole draft order. I was like, okay, if the Patriots lose, they get the number 1 pick. And I was like, wait, they beat the Bills. Does that mean? And I checked. I was like, celebration in Nashville, baby. Titans number 1. Who are you guys going to choose, by the way? Who are you going with?
No idea. And apparently our organization does not either. There are talks that we're going to fire our GM, just start fresh. I'm like, listen, we're not panicking, but we're going to clean the entire house. So I don't know what they're going to do, but it will make for an interesting few months here in Nashville as opposed to the depressing sports talk that we've had to deal with for like the last 6 months. Because it's like, are we the 30th worst team or are we the 32nd worst team in the NFL? Now we have our answer and it's fine because we get a better draft pick.
Yeah. And also find your bets over the weekend. They looked really solid, Chelsea. Let's hear about them.
Yeah, best bet of the weekend was an easy winner. Bijan Robinson over his rushing prop. Boy, am I going to miss fading the Carolina Panthers rush defense. They gave up 170 rush yards to Bijan Robinson. And I understand the number on this one was pretty high, set at 94.5 rush yards, but it's been 7 straight weeks where the Panthers had allowed a opposing running back to go over 100 yards rushing. So this one I felt a lot of confidence in this one, and for good reason. Other bets on the card last night had Justin Jefferson over 6.5 receptions. He had the targets, had 8 targets in this game, but the defense of the Lions was way more stout than I think people expected. He was the leading receiver, just did not get those receptions, only finished with 3 catches. However, threaded the needle in the Bucs game. Mike Evans, 80-plus receiving yards. Bucky Irving, 60-plus rush yards. What a game, what a moment for Mike Evans. He finished with 89 receiving yards. I know that killed some people who had the 91.5 or 90, but luckily I was a little conservative. That was a winner. And then finally, the squad play of the weekend. Ravens in the first half, minus 9.5, minus 125 on alt line, but that was a winner as well. Ravens lead in a blowout game, 14-3 at the half. So, Jenks, it was a nice little weekend, 3-1.
Nice. I was on that Ravens play as well. The Dockster had Browns-Bengals over 46.5, and that was a loser as the Ravens win 35-10. So last week you went 4-2. I went 2-1. The Dockster 2-1 as well, and we got to check in on Double D's degenerate parlay. He goes 3-5, but the odds were 117-1. It is a daily tip from BetQL presented by BetMGM. Great to have you with us on a Monday morning. It's snowy here in DC. How's the weather there, by the way? Before we get into Sunday Night
Jenks,
Football.
I'm so jealous. You guys got all the snow and you're in this winter wonderland. And we're sitting here with the worst possible scenario, 35 degrees and raining. So it's like cold enough to not want to go outside, and it's just raining. Because at least if it's going to be cold, I want it to snow.
Yeah, I mean, it's still snowing. I know our producer, Bill, he's probably getting a ton of snow. I got to talk to Bill because I got on late here, trying to get my computer set up at home. There's nowhere to go. I'm supposed to do Commanders today. I'll be here at home. I'm not moving from this office because you just can't go anywhere. So we're snowed in, and I have to say, it's kind of fun sometimes when you're snowed in. You look outside, there's snow everywhere. Yeah, a little winter wonderland. It was not so enjoyable for the Minnesota Vikings last night. They were dominated by the Lions, 31-9. Lions laying 3. They were minus 155 on the money line. Total set at 56. The under hits. The Lions get things started on the ground with Jahmyr Gibbs, and they never let up.
Does that help the pain go away?
Always.
Okay. 25. Gibbs got an opening. The acceleration. Jahmyr Gibbs. Touchdown, Detroit.
Mike Tirico with all these calls from NBC Sunday Night Football. Gibbs 23 carries, 139 yards, 3 scores, including this in the fourth quarter.
At first and goal. And the inside run for Gibbs. Still going to the goal line. Number 4 on the night.
Meanwhile, Jared Goff goes 27 of 33 for 233 yards, 1 touchdown, 2 picks. This is the first time in NFL history 2 teams with a combined 28 victories meet in the regular season. The Lions win their second straight division title. They are the number 1 seed in the NFC for the first time in franchise history, and now they are the favorites to win the Super Bowl at BetMGM, jumping the Chiefs again at plus 280. Man, for all the talk, and I thought this was going to be a really close game. I leaned towards the Vikings in this game, even though I didn't bet it. This was just Detroit domination from the jump.
Yeah, there was no question about it. Absolute statement game from Detroit in this one. And here's the difference. When the Lions go for it on fourth down, their personnel is a little different, than what the Vikings have. And I think, that was the takeaway for me, because early in this game, the Vikings kept leaving points on the board. They would go for it on fourth down and go for the touchdown when they needed to go for a field goal, and then vice versa. So Kevin O'Connell didn't do himself any favors in this one. And, the final stats after the game kind of relay that factor. If you look at it in the red zone, the Vikings 0 of 4 in those instances. And then you have the Lions, who went for it on fourth downs, went for touchdowns instead of field goals. They were 3 of 3. So that was the difference in this game, was in the red zone, because early on the Vikings just could not convert. They were getting down the field, but simply the Lions look like they are in a different class than the Vikings. And now I think we're going to have to talk about the Vikings possibly, maybe, being a little bit on fraud alert.
I don't know. I don't know if I would say that. I can't put a team on fraud alert that won 14 games during the regular season. Like, I understand that they got outclassed here, but ultimately, this is the best record in the regular season that they've had ever in franchise history and the most difficult division in football. So it's not a great look for the Vikings. And look, they could be one and done because they have to go out to LA, I believe, and face the Rams. And there's no fun in facing a Rams team with Sean McVay as the head coach, and the Rams are one of those teams that nobody really wants to play. But at the same time, when you win 14 games in the National Football League, like, I feel like this is just what Vikings haters couldn't wait to do. Like, I'm waiting for a game. I'm waiting for a game where Sam Darnold struggles, and I'm waiting for a game when the Vikings don't look good so I can jump in on talking about how bad Minnesota is. Any team in the NFL in history, if you say you can win 14 games during the regular season, you can go 14-3, everyone takes that every year, every time. So I can't get on board with calling the Vikings a fraud because they had a bad game against arguably the best team in football, a team that's favored to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think it does need to be noted that the Detroit Lions have made a lot of teams look really bad this season. And I think it's just proof of how good the roster is for the Lions. I think when you say fraud alert, like, I agree with all the things you're saying. I don't think you should ever look at a one-game sample size and say, hey, this is the team, because sometimes things just don't work out. And again, I think most of the issues came in the red zone. But when you say fraud alert, I think a lot of it is relatively speaking. So for a team that has 14 wins on the year, maybe they're not quite as good as their record indicates. And I think maybe the questions I have come in the postseason, because when's the last time Sam Darnold played in like a really big postseason game? Has he ever? Because if you are comparing the Vikings to the rest of the class, you know, the rest of the top tier teams, you know, what's the difference? Is a lot of those quarterbacks have played in the biggest of games. Jared Goff has played in a Super Bowl. You look at Patrick Mahomes, obviously has won a few. Several guys in the AFC have played in these big time games. So maybe that's the question going forward. It's not if, you know, Sam Darnold can put up big numbers. It's just, what's he going to do in the postseason? Because this is a relative unknown.
No, I agree. I mean, he was not good last night. 18-41, 166 yards, no touchdowns, no picks, and missed a couple of big throws in this game. There's no question about it. I also think that at the same time, the Vikings didn't lose this game because of Sam Darnold. Like, he was part of the reason why they didn't perform well, because he missed, again, some throws that he should have made. He said that after the game. I can't miss those throws. We've got to make sure that we convert on those. At the same time, this Vikings defense, which came in one of the best defenses in the National Football League, got torn up by Jahmyr Gibbs on the ground. And Sam Darnold doesn't play defense. So I buy into the idea that maybe the Vikings, maybe they aren't as good as 14-3. At the same time, they play the best team in football, or arguably the best team in football, Sunday Night Football on the road. And the Lions could absolutely win it all. So maybe the Vikings aren't, I don't think they're as good as the Lions. We saw that last night, even though I don't believe in the one-game sample size. But I still think they can do some damage. I also think at the same time, like, they're going to have their hands full moving forward when you talk about what's next for them in the playoffs. Because if you just looking at the numbers for next week's game, and I was putting down these spreads earlier, the Vikings, what a bummer, man. This is how you know the NFL is such a grind. Like, you finish 14-3. Like, in any other year, you're winning the division. You've got a 1 or a 2 seed. Guess what? Now the Vikings, because of this loss, they drop to a 5 seed. They go on the road to face LA, and the Vikings are laying 1.5. It's very unfair, not just for the Vikings, but for any team, to have such a great regular season, and you lose this one game at the end, and you get punished for it.
Well, that's the NFL, and that's the problem with playing in such a tough division. But I do think when you play in a tough division, it gets you ready for the postseason. Because I know this was a regular season game. I know this was for all the marbles when it came to the division crown. But still, it was a good test run. So they're still in the postseason. And I think this was good preparation for the talent that they're going to see if they make it deep in the playoffs. Maybe this is not, what they're going to see against the Rams, because like I said, the Lions have made a ton of teams look really bad. And it feels like nobody can stop their offense, really. Maybe you want to, limit Jahmyr Gibbs to only, 2 touchdowns as opposed to 4. But what a season he's had. Can we talk about the Lions for a second? Because Jahmyr Gibbs now has the most touchdowns, I think, of any running back in the league. I need to double check that. But what a season he's had for somebody who's had to split the reps with David Montgomery. And now that he's the main guy, he has taken the ball and run with it. He has been the electric factory. And I see we're going to break, but what a season for Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, he's been awesome. And you mentioned David Montgomery. It looks like, no guarantees just yet, it looks like he's trending towards returning just in time for the playoffs. So, man, how huge would that be for Detroit? Come on, next on the show, we're going to stay with pro football and why the Patriots are looking for a new head coach after just one season. It is the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the Sportsbook Born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetQL network.
Welcome back to the show. It is a Monday. Hope you're having a great morning. Thanks for being with us live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Coming up on the show, the Baltimore Ravens win the AFC North, and Lamar Jackson makes his case for MVP. Did you watch anything besides football over the weekend, Chelsea? I know you make a lot of college basketball bets. Whenever you weren't watching football, did you tune into something else that I should be aware of, since I need to start getting into the water here and learning more about the college game?
I don't think so. I think it was mostly football for us. And I was fighting with my husband because he wanted to watch golf, because we know golf has started. So we were watching, was it the Century? Whatever that was. And I understand it's in Hawaii. At least it was like visually pleasing on the eyes. But it's like an NFL Sunday, and he keeps changing the channel. None of us in this household want to watch golf. Me and my 5-year-old was sitting on the couch and saying, at least put it on football, because at least Blake likes the uniforms. And she says, I like the golden helmets. She's a big fan of Notre Dame and whoever has gold helmets, which would be the Saints. And she liked the Lions helmets last night. She liked the black and the blue, which I do think are one of the best uniforms in sports. I do like the black. Yeah. So we were all yelling at Jay because he wanted to watch golf.
Well, didn't he get to see Hideki Matsuyama set a PGA Tour record? 35 under par? Oh my God. That's incredible. That's incredible.
Clearly the course was very difficult.
I mean, maybe he's just absolutely just smoked it. One bogey over the final 59 holes. That's incredible. At the Century, took home $3.6 million. Maybe Jake's onto something. Like, maybe we should be all watching golf instead of, I don't know, the final week of the NFL regular season. Maybe Jake has it figured out and he's like way ahead of the curve.
No, he was watching because he had a DFS lineup. Like, he didn't even care about Hideki Matsuyama. He had other people. It would be the equivalent of like us watching like a meaningless game because we have a bunch of player props. So he has these lineups that he has, like, I think he's accumulated like a ton of points on one of these sports books for DFS. So he does fantasy golf or DFS golf every single weekend. So it's not like he's chasing history or like wanting to watch, you know, golf is a game, grow. No, he's doing it for his own DFS lineup.
Did he win?
No, it's hard to win. Like a million entries.
I don't know. I was like, did he win? You know, like, did he like $5 back or something? You know, because it's not just,
maybe.
Don't they have? I mean, that's what I'm hoping, right? Like, I know it's very difficult to win those things outright, but I had a friend of mine whose father was really good at this and had won, and I'm not exaggerating, had won like 2 or 3 times, like outright, like absolute winner, and made a ton of money. I was like, how is it even possible? If you won once out of all those entries, like, that would be remarkable. If I won $5, I'd be excited. So maybe he's just one little scratch, you know, that keeps him in the game.
Well, I mean, he does it for fun, Jenks. He's not playing on like analysis and stats. He's doing it on vibes. So he is very much somebody who just plays for fun. So I hate to doubt his like abilities, but I don't think he's probably going to be winning, you know, number 1 of a million entries. But who knows? I could be wrong.
Well, I tell you who did not win the weekend. Gerard Mayo, fired by the Patriots after just one season. Patriots finished the year 4-13, beat the Bills yesterday. So his 1-year tenure matches that of Rod Rust, who went 1-15 in 1990 for the Patriots, fired after one season as well. Had some missteps midseason, calling his team a soft football across the board back in October. He walked that back, but ultimately this comes down to the trajectory of this franchise. And here is former Patriots legend Gronk reacting to the news.
Already, Gronk, Gerard Mayo out after one season as the Patriots head coach.
I was shocked by that, and to happen that soon was a shocker to a lot of people, especially here at the desk. We were all surprised by that. I think it was unfair to Coach Gerard Mayo. I mean, he had never had the chance to develop as a head coach. He was just a rookie himself in that department. And if you judge a coach by their first year, that's really not appropriate. I mean, Jimmy Johnson, you went 1-15 your first year, and then you won a couple Super Bowls after that.
And Gronk, I think, makes a pretty good point. I think there's a lot to this than just wins and losses. The Patriots' win total before the season was set at 4.5, so they go just under. But ultimately, like, I don't know the inner workings of the Patriots franchise. And I know, again, Gerard Mayo, he came in as a defensive specialist, and this was not a good defense. But the Patriots, more than most any team in the NFL, they just have zero talent. So it's tough to build a case just from the outside looking in that, oh, Gerard Mayo disappointed this season. Like, whoever took over this franchise was going to probably underperform relative to historical Patriots expectations, but the move is made.
Yeah, I didn't expect to be saying this, but Gronk feels like the voice of reason on this one. It feels like a very balanced and nuanced take, and obviously Gronk knows what he's talking about when it comes to football. You get the joke there. But to fire a head coach after one season with a team that is devoid of talent, I understand that you're starting to get some glimpses of talent from Drake May at quarterback, but still, this was not a team that was supposed to do much. So it feels very unfair to fire Gerard Mayo after only one season. The only thing I can think of is they have a head coach waiting in the wings that they want to get in there, because you don't fire somebody after just 1 year unless you have the next option waiting and ready to be the head coach. So I think this is when the questions about Mike Vrabel coming into the fold start to really ramp up. But, like, what's Mike Vrabel going to do? Like, as somebody who is a Titans fan, the past 2 seasons with Mike Vrabel, the Titans did not have winning records. And I understand, like, the talent wasn't really there either. But, like, it's not a talented team when we're looking at the Patriots either. So I feel like this Patriots organization, it's going to go one direction or the other. Like, it's going to, like, you know, be decent and continue to chug along, or they're just going to devolve into chaos, which is kind of what I'm feeling like. After Tom Brady left, like, it just feels like the Patriots are kind of in shambles.
Yeah, they just need direction. They need talent. And I don't know what Mike Vrabel could ultimately do differently. This is just going to be a long rebuild for the Patriots. That's just what it comes down to, is that they just don't have any talent. They need to draft well. And I think this is where, and I know it wasn't the same at the end of his career, but for the most of Bill Belichick's career, he was so great at not just coaching a team, but also drafting and developing talent. Now, you can say at the end, again, he sort of fell off in that aspect, but man, there's a real gift to being able to do that. He did that for a long time, and now you've got to bring someone in there that not only can coach, but that can say, okay, this is who we need to bring in. This is someone we need to draft. And so, yeah, it's going to be a long road for the Patriots looking forward. As for teams that are in the playoffs that don't have to worry about a new head coach, let's talk about what we saw in Week 18, including the Ravens ripping the Browns 35-10. The Ravens laying 20.5, and they cover. The Ravens were minus 3,000 on the money line. Total set at 42. The over hits. Baltimore begins the season 0-2. They clinched the AFC North after winning their final 4 games of the season. Lamar Jackson, unbelievable, becomes the first player in NFL history to throw for more than 4,000 yards and rush for more than 900 yards in a single season. Also finishes the year with 41 touchdowns, 4 picks. No quarterback has ever thrown for at least 40 scores and less than 5 picks in a single season. That's another record. And then also in this game, Derrick Henry rushes for 138 yards and this.
Henry's off and running. He's got 100 plus, and he's got his second touchdown. King Henry celebrates his birthday, which got out to a slow start.
Chris Fowler with Gall on ESPN. Henry's franchise record 16th touchdown of the year. Ravens are the 3 seed in the AFC. They open the playoffs next week at home against the number 6 seed Steelers. Ravens look unbelievable right now.
Yeah, and this had one of the moments that we expected from Week 18 was some of the guys trying to reach incentives, and you could tell which guys were really well liked by their teammates, because you could tell that there were some assists along the way. Because at the end of this game, there was a chance for another Ravens player to probably get into the end zone, but you could tell that he stopped just short. And then it was King Henry punching it in for a touchdown and a cool $500,000 for one of his incentives. Let's go back to Lamar Jackson for a second. Jenks, you just read off all the stats and how he's having like this season that is unprecedented. It's wild to me that he's putting up these type of numbers, 41 passing touchdowns, 900 rushing yards, and he's still not going to win MVP? Like, this is kind of wild to me that Josh Allen is still your favorite. I'm looking over at BetMGM right now. I'm not seeing any odds on this, but this would almost be like an absolute travesty if he doesn't win MVP, right? Am I crazy?
I mean, you can make a good case for Josh Allen, but here's the thing. If you're going to make a case for Josh Allen, and you can, and I think you can make a good case, then you have to also explain why he's more deserving than Lamar Jackson. And I want Josh Allen to win. He's had an amazing season, and so part of this is just straight up personal bias, full disclosure. Man, when you look at the numbers, what the Ravens have done, I just don't know how you make a strong argument against Lamar Jackson. He's doing things that have never been done again and again. He's been unbelievable this season. Lamar looks like the guy.
Yeah, if you're using numbers and logic and anything other than the one sentence of, oh, voter fatigue, who cares? Like, if you're voting for this award and you're tired of Lamar Jackson winning it, who cares? That's not how sports work. You should give the award to the best available candidate, regardless of who won it the years before. So I don't know if these odds are current, but it's looking like Josh Allen is still minus 300 to win MVP. Lamar Jackson plus 220. Like, what are we doing? Is there a chance that Lamar still wins this? Like, would you put a sprinkle on Lamar at plus 220, or do you think this is pretty much wrapped up?
I mean, I'd put a sprinkle on it just for the hell of it, honestly. Because, look, we do see surprises when it comes to awards from time to time. The odds usually tell us the story, right? Vegas knows what it's talking about, so it's probably going to be Josh Allen. But I will say, when you have a performance like that and you sort of step back and say, well, let me think about this one more time, then I think it's worth I'm not going to lay a ton of money on it because it looks like Allen's going to win it, but I think it's worth the sprinkle because I think if anyone can change voters' minds at the last moment, it's probably Lamar.
Yeah, and speaking of surprises, I know this is not really on topic, but Sam Darnold was the favorite to win Comeback Player of the Year before last night's game. And I know this has caused quite a ruckus. Because remember during like the summer, they were like, Sam Darnold can't win it because he's not coming back from an injury. But like, what's going on? Like, I'm very interested to see who wins this award. Because after last night, he didn't make a great case for himself. Maybe it's going to be Joe Burrow because, hell, Joe Burrow is putting up MVP numbers this year. But I know like people who bet on this are very angry.
Well, I mean, it's one game, and these markets vary quite a bit. But ultimately, you're looking at the totality of the season. So it wasn't the best finish for Sam Darnold, but if you look at his numbers throughout the entire season, they're pretty fantastic. So I think there's still a chance, but certainly one game can move the needle there. So I don't know what's going to happen. But again, it's not a one-game sample size. It's a full season, so still a chance if you're a Darnold backer. Finally, we do need to mention the Broncos crushed the Chiefs yesterday, 38-0. Broncos laying 11. Broncos minus 550 on the money line. Total set at 40 to hook. The under hits. Bo Nix, a franchise record, completes his first 18 passes of the game. Goes 26 of 29, 321 yards, and 4 touchdown passes.
And here they come back the near side to Mims. He breaks it inside the 20, and he takes it home for the Denver touchdown.
Jim Nantz with the call on CBS. Marvin Mims from 32 yards out. Nix also leads the team in rushing with 47 yards. Broncos in the postseason for the first time since 2015 when they won the Super Bowl. They are the 7 seed. Will travel to Buffalo to meet Josh Allen and the Bills next week. Getting the Broncos back in the postseason. Chiefs also played no one yesterday.
Yeah, I saw somewhere where somebody said the Chiefs would rather lose 38-0 than have the Bengals make the postseason. Because that was the thing. If the Chiefs won, the Bengals still had a chance of making the playoffs. So what a season for Denver. What a season for Sean Payton. What a season for Bo Nix. Now he certainly will be tested in the playoffs because this is where, you know, the men are separated from the boys. But what a leap. And I think this is a great start to a great stretch for Denver football, which was looking like a team that was kind of in the dumpster. But what else can you say about this game? The Chiefs were not trying.
No, Patrick Mahomes didn't play. Travis Kelce didn't play. But I will say, man, the Broncos, if you're a Broncos backer, you have to be really excited because think about all the money that they have on the books right now that is allocated to Russell Wilson. And now they have a great head coach. Now they have their quarterback of the future. That money is going to free up at some point, and then they can start bringing in different guys, signing different free agents. Broncos are a team down the line. They're going to be really good. Coming up next year on the show, we're going to head to the college game with the Irish, Nittany Lions, Buckeyes, and Longhorns all vying for a national title. It is next on the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM.
Hey, it's Joe Ostrowski. Join me and Sammy P on BetQL Daily, weekday mornings at 9 Eastern, where we look to give you the insider edge and insights to help you make smarter bets.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, the college football playoff down to its final four with Ohio State now the favorite to win the national title. Man, Double D's on this show. He's a Penn State guy. I'm on this show. I'm a Texas guy. We're all sitting around waiting for these games to go down. Chelsea, who are you cheering for? Don't tell me. Notre Dame, because Blake likes the gold helmets.
She does like the golden helmets. So maybe we will be riding with Notre Dame. I'm not sure. I think I'll be rooting for both of you guys. So maybe I'll jump on the bandwagon of Penn State and Texas, because obviously you want to see your friends happy. I think the show would be better if you guys were in good spirits. So I think I'll root for that, because I certainly am not rooting for Ohio State. Like, I don't want them to win it. Like, who wants, the team that's supposed to be the favorite to win it all? Not me.
Yeah.
I don't know any Ohio State fans. I tend to think that when they're winning, their fans are kind of annoying. So maybe I'll root for any of the other teams other than Ohio State. And Jenks, I think that's a bet you can make. You can take either Ohio State or the field, and I think it's minus 110 either way. Is that a wager that you would make? Like, the field's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, I definitely think Ohio State looks like the best team remaining. But here's what I think. I personally think, and I know Double D would disagree, I think if Texas beats Ohio State, Texas is going to win the national title is what I think. But I just don't know if they're going to get past Ohio State. That's the problem. Like, I think Ohio State, clearly in the odds tell you this, right? This is the best team remaining. And they look that way. I don't know if Texas can get past the Buckeyes. But for me, I feel like, well, I don't want to say it's the national championship game, because you never know until you get to the final what's going to happen, and every team remaining is super talented. But for me, I'm like, man, if the Horns could beat the Buckeyes, then they'll win the national title, because then I feel like they're the best team remaining. But getting past Ohio State is, I mean, it's going to be a tall task, and we'll get into these games. I've got a buddy of mine who went to Ohio State. He's a huge Buckeyes fan, and he asked me if I wanted to watch the game on Friday, and I was like, I don't think it's a good idea. He was like, do we dare put our friendship to the test? And here's the thing. Like, I'm not a big smack talker. Like, I'm not someone who, like, I'll fire back if they decide, okay, well, I'll say something to you. But on the whole, like, it's just not really my style. Like, I want to enjoy the game. I'll get frustrated. I'll give credit where credit's due. But I'm not going to sit and go back and forth and demean another team. I'll do that personally. Like when I'm watching on my own, I get so angry, and I just like yelling at the TV, or I was saying to Kat, like, oh, I hate this, whatever. But I'm not going to do that to someone I know or a stranger or anything like that. But some people will. And so I don't want to even get involved in that possibly happening. So I think I'm just going to sit, watch with the lovely Catherine, or watch it at the Texas watch party here in DC. But I don't think I'm going to watch it with my friend.
Yeah, I think a lot of it depends on how much alcohol is consumed as well. Because some people feel like really nice people until they've had a lot to drink and their team is losing. So I think you're right to maybe go that route. Even though you guys aren't rivals, it'd be one thing if you were playing somebody who, went to Oklahoma or Texas A&M, because I feel like there's a lot of bad blood there, obviously between the two schools. But maybe you're right. Maybe you should just go to the Texas watch party and be with a bunch of people who are rooting for the same team.
I think maybe I'll just do that. Although I will say, this stood out to me that when Texas played Ohio State in Columbus, this is forever ago. This is like back in the early aughts. And I never had so many Texas fans tell me that they had the worst experience ever in Columbus. They were like, it was awful. It was the year Texas won the national title because they beat Ohio State in Columbus early in the season. That was the Vince Young days. And they were like, yeah, we were leaving the game. I can't tell you how many beer cans we had thrown at us, people yelling at our kids, cursing at our kids. I was like, really? They're like, yeah, worse than Oklahoma, worse than Texas A&M. It was awful. And I remember walking out of a bar that night because I watched that game at a Texas watch party in Arlington, Virginia, and I was walking to my car, and I had like a Texas sweatshirt on or something. I'm just walking to my car outside, and there's some Buckeyes fans on the porch of some dude's house, and they just start yelling and cursing. And I'm like, what are you guys doing? I didn't say anything. I was like, okay, what's going on? But I've heard that before. They don't represent everyone, but I've heard that from numerous Texas fans. Worst experience ever in Columbus.
I think it's just tough when you have those teams that have just been so good for so long that their fans are just cocky, because they know their team's going to be good every single year. And then they act like they're on the team. They're like, yeah, we beat you guys every year. It's like, you're not on the team, dude. Because I've experienced that with people who either go to like Alabama or Georgia just because they've been good for so long. But I think like the older Alabama fans know that there was a day when Alabama was not good and they weren't ruling the roost before Nick Saban got to town. So I think it's a lot of those schools. They've just been good for so long that their fans just start to get obnoxious because they know they can talk trash because their team wins every year.
Exactly. No, it does happen. And look, full disclosure, every fan base has a bad subset of fans who just get unruly, don't know how to carry themselves. So it's not specific to the Buckeyes. Now, we have two massive games this week. Let's start on Thursday. The Orange Bowl, Double D's Penn State Nittany Lions taking on Notre Dame. Notre Dame laying a point and a half. Notre Dame is minus 125. Penn State is plus 105. Your total is 46 and a hook. This total has dropped 4 points, opened at 50.5, and I get that. I would have been on the under as well. So is it a tired narrative about whether or not we trust James Franklin? I understand he beat SMU. I understand he beat Boise State. But Marcus Freeman is a different animal. And we've had guests on this show, I think, who have made very good points about, listen, you can knock James Franklin all you want, but he's won this, and this. So when it comes to Penn State, and I'm not trying to grab low-hanging fruit here, but is it fair to say I don't quite know what I'm going to get still with James Franklin in a massive spot? And let's be honest, with all due respect to SMU and Boise State, Notre Dame is a different animal.
Yeah, because Penn State's not favored in this game. Because even in those big games, and we had this discussion of, okay, does this qualify as a big game that James Franklin potentially is going to lose if they're big favorites? Because James Franklin, if you look at the numbers, has been very good in that situation. When his team is favored, not only has been good at winning those games outright, he's been good at covering the number. So maybe this is a different animal when you're getting points in a bigger game that is the semifinal of the college football playoff. I think it's less about James Franklin and more just about the personnel on the field. So maybe people will pin this to James Franklin, but I think ultimately it's, in the hands of the players and the execution. So we'll see. Penn State certainly has a wealth of talent on both sides of the ball. And I think the problem is sometimes you see teams like this, like Notre Dame, that just catch fire and they just seem unstoppable down the season. And the momentum just keeps rolling. It's a team that's playing with a ton of confidence. Marcus Freeman is coaching with a ton of confidence down the stretch. This is a team that's been consistently beating the number, 10-0 against the spread in their last 10 games. So a team that's been a little undervalued, which is crazy to say because normally Notre Dame is one of those, blue chip programs that normally is a little overhyped. So I'm not too sure what to do with this one. I think my first instinct was to take the under in this one. You talked about the line movement for the total here and how it's been steadily moving downward. I think I'll either go with like a full game total or a first half under. Maybe that's the way to go because we've seen some of these games kind of start off slowly, especially for two teams that are really good on the defensive side of things.
Yeah, I love the full game under, but man, now that's dropped 4 points. But I'm like you, where when I look at this game, I see a couple of really strong defenses and a couple of really great running games, right? So Penn State wants to run the ball with Singleton and Allen, and then Notre Dame wants to do the same with Love and Price. I think the key for Penn State probably is keeping Riley Leonard from scrambling out of the pocket. He's a difference maker. He can throw the ball, but when you get a quarterback like that adds a different element, then that can be dangerous. But I really think these two defenses are going to show up. And Double D was saying this in the chat. Can Notre Dame stop Tyler Warren? That guy is just an absolute animal. He's going to be a great pro. As we transition to the Cotton Bowl, I think maybe you could say a similar thing about the Longhorns when you talk about the Ohio State attack. And right now, Ohio State is laying 6.5 points. Your total is set at 53 and a hook. Everyone's on Ohio State. But can you stop Jeremiah Smith? Like, he's going to be the best player on the field on both sides of the football on Friday night at the Cotton Bowl in Dallas. There's no question about it. And he looked unstoppable in the last game out. Like, Oregon had no answer for him. And I love that they were interviewing after the game. Reese Davis was talking to Jeremiah Smith and said, "Can anyone stop you?" And he said, "No." And he might be right. But I think individual guys like that, especially in the college game, are going to make a real difference, or could be the difference in these individual games. When it comes to the Cotton Bowl, I will say the one thing working in Texas's favor, which I think has been a little under-discussed, if you will, is that, remember, Will Howard went to Kansas State. He's 0-4 all time against Texas. So the Longhorns know him really well. They know how to stop him. Now, it's different. He's a better quarterback. He plays for a much better team. I think the Longhorns have more of a fighting chance than people are giving them credit for. This is going to be the best defense that Ohio State has faced all season.
Oh, for sure. I think this is going to be a tougher battle than maybe the line indicates. I think maybe we've gotten a little carried away with the Ohio State hype. You're right. Jeremiah Smith feels unguardable, but if there's anybody that maybe can slow him down a bit, maybe it's this Texas defense, because this has been one of the best defenses, probably the best defense in the country all season long. I think, again, I'm going to go with a first half bet or a total. Because, Jenks, we're talking about the defenses again. Total a tick higher on this one, 53.5. Feels pretty healthy to me. I think I'll be looking at a first half under, or, a full game under. I think there's other ways to play this. Like, if you don't want to play a side, there's other ways that you can play it.
I like that as well. I kind of like the under in both games. And also the one thing that Texas must do, the absolute key for Texas, they must be able to run the ball. When they almost lost to Arizona State, when they lost to Georgia, they just couldn't get it going on the ground. When Texas runs the ball, it really opens up that offense, and Quinn Ewers has a much easier time. Can they run the ball against Ohio State? We're going to find out soon enough. Coming up next year on the show, we had plenty of action besides just football over the past couple days. We're going to look across the sports landscape and choose a winner of the weekend. It's next on the Daily Tip from BetQL. It is presented by BetMGM. Great to have you with us on a Monday. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the Sportsbook Born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
From BetQL, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
And you can say I'm a homer. I don't care. Sark has built this program like Nick Saban built Alabama. This is a really deep roster. This is a national championship roster.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlor.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2, the Daily Tip starts right now on a Monday here on the BetQL Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, we'll get to it all when it comes to the NFL. We'll start with MVP Monday, who had the best weekend of any player across the sports landscape. Then later on in the hour, the playoff picture is officially set in the National Football League. What to take away from the final game of the season and our initial reads on some of these playoff matchups. So, Jenks, as I was saying at the top of the show, I felt like Week 18 was surprisingly entertaining for me. And some of it had to do with some of these player incentives and milestones that guys were trying to reach. Some of the best moments, I think, came from this, whether it was Derrick Henry scoring a touchdown in the fourth quarter or Mike Evans getting the final catch for, 6 or 7 yards to make him have 11 straight 1,000-yard receiving seasons. And then here's the one I didn't see coming. Did you see the sweet little moment with Aaron Rodgers and Pam Oliver where they gave each other a hug and he was like, "I love you, Pam," and she was like, "I love you too, Aaron"? Did you see that? I did not expect
I missed that.
to be moved by Aaron Rodgers, but here I was like, Aaron Rodgers is being nice to the media? I didn't see that one coming, because I understand Pam Oliver's been in the game for a long time. And I understand she's probably had a ton of interactions with Aaron Rodgers. So it just makes me think that maybe this is it for Aaron Rodgers. Because when you see these curmudgeon people start to turn soft, that's when the end is nigh. Because we saw this with Nick Saban. Remember when he started being nice to people? We're like, whoa, somebody asked a stupid question and Nick Saban's not going down their throat. So Week 18, it delivered on all fronts for me.
Oh, I did not see that. I got to look that up. I will say we talked to Pam Oliver. We had her as a guest on our Commanders pod about a month ago, and she was so nice and just she just logged on. It was just a chill conversation. It's really cool when you see people on TV and you have an idea of who they are, but you never really know, right? And then you have a different interaction with them where they're not having to be so staid, which is maybe not the right word, but that's their job. They can't really break out of that sort of parameter that they have to be in because of their responsibilities. And she was just so nice and so personable. And I would imagine that, and I certainly don't know her very well, like Aaron Rodgers knows her, but I would imagine that, Aaron Rodgers and someone like Pam Oliver, who has covered the NFL for a long time, they've talked to each other off camera, right? They've gotten to know each other. It's not just these 1-minute conversations at the end of a game in which he's covering or a game in which he's playing. So I think that that's something that is sort of heartwarming to see, because you never really know. And especially because when you're talking about Aaron Rodgers, you're talking about someone, as you alluded to, who has a very contentious relationship with the majority of the members of the media, always sort of not lashing out, but blaming the media. The media did this, the media did that. So good for them. That's always a nice thing to see. But I also think you make a good point. This could be the end for him, too.
Yeah, he's starting to be nicer, which I think is the sign. Jenks, I saw you guys who did you have on that I was interested to ask about? Josina Anderson. I've always liked her. I think she is so smart and well-read, and I always liked her outfits on NFL Live. She was on the pod, right? Didn't you talk to her? She was.
Yeah, we did. She's just very chill. She has a great insight, a wealth of NFL knowledge. I think that's the thing that blows me away, is that when you talk to someone like that, you certainly know from watching them that they know what they're talking about. But then all of a sudden you start getting into the weeds. You're like, wow, your depth here
the breadth of your knowledge is pretty amazing. Like, you can give insight that I could not give, that a lot of people could not give, because you've been doing this for so long and you're such a pro. So yeah, that was a thrill as well.
Yeah, she was one of those like scene stealers, I think, on NFL Live, to where she didn't have like that big of a role, but when she was on camera, you're like, whoa, she really knows what she's talking about. So I was interested to hear, your takeaways on her. So it's nice to hear, people that you think know what they're talking about and they're good at their job. It's nice to like hear it reinforced. All right. So speaking of people who are good at their jobs, how about we hand out the winner of the weekend and play MVP Monday?
All right.
Here are your nominees for Monday MVP.
Now, speaking of people that have no idea what they're talking about, good morning. I'm here. Yes, to do MVP.
I didn't say that. I said the opposite.
No, I said it. I absolutely said it. So no big deal. Welcome in snowy Washington, D.C. area. Yes, Jinx, I probably had 4 to 5 inches outside my window. It is continuing to come down. I don't know what it is doing there in the city, but we're looking at 6 to 10 inches here when it's all said and done. So going to be a fun day frolicking in the snow. So let's talk about who had fun this weekend. We will start it off. Nominee number 1, Jahmyr Gibbs of the Lions.
25. Gibbs got an opening. The acceleration. Jahmyr Gibbs. Touchdown, Detroit. So 4th and 2. The Lions going for it. The Vikings bring it. The pass is a touchdown to Gibbs. And 1st and goal. Inside run for Gibbs, still going to the goal line. Number 4 on the night.
Jahmyr Gibbs carrying 23 times for 139 yards, 3 scores on the ground, also 5 catches for another 31, and another score, Detroit blasting Minnesota 31-9. Gibbs gets all 4 touchdowns for the Lions as they clinch the NFC North and the top seed in the NFC. MVP number 2, Bo Nix, Denver Broncos.
We're calling from the 32. They fake it to him. They fake the end around to Franklin. And here they come back to near side to Mims. He breaks it inside the 20. And he takes it home for the Denver touchdown. 2nd and 7. On play action. Stepping up to the end zone. And that ball is caught for the touchdown. It's Sutton again. Now looking for the rookie record. Ball tipped and caught. Oh my gosh. The double deflection and a Denver touchdown.
Very excitable Jim Nantz there as Nix throws 4 touchdowns, leads the Broncos in rushing as well. Denver gets the last playoff spot in the AFC as they beat Kansas City 38-0, a Chiefs team that probably should just stay at the airport on Sunday because they didn't show up for anything. Nix threw for 321 yards, ran for another 47, and getting Denver back to the playoffs for the first time since 2015. How about college basketball? MVP number 3, Danny Wolf, Michigan.
Big on big screen right here. Don't see a lot of that. That's a foul. Wolf for 3. Trying to go with the spin. Instead, reverses and nails it through from the elbow. Wolf. An easy 2. Wolf with the rejection. Wolf. He gets 2 back on the other end. Patton taking on Golden. And Wolf gets the rejection from behind. Wolf, watch out.
Wolf, 21 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists, 6 blocks, and 2 steals as well as the Wolverines knock off USC on Saturday, 85-74. He becomes the first D1 player since 2010 to have at least 20 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists, and 6 blocks. That's a hell of a game. MVP number 4, let's go up a level, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander of Oklahoma City.
Shai, the speed all the way to the cup, had the step on Tatum, counted in a foul. SGA open. Porzingis to that one to close out. SGA says, why not? I'll catch that here. Shai again. Stops. SGA from downtown. Tough shot. SGA drills the step back 3.
SGA scoring 33 points, also had 11 rebounds and leading the Thunder to their franchise record 15th straight win as they knock off Boston 105-92. They held the Celtics to just 27 points in the second half. The previous low for Boston this year had been 44. Oh, yeah, SGA also had 33 in their win against the Knicks on Friday night. He's averaging over 31 a contest so far this season. So there are your nominees. Jinx, one of the four. Go off the board. Who's your MVP on this Monday?
Oh, man. Gotta be Jahmyr Gibbs, baby. What a performance in prime time. And I will say, as someone who has been a big fan of what Dan Campbell has done, what the Lions have done, when David Montgomery went out, you thought, how is this going to affect the team? And they just said, we're just going to feed Jahmyr. And in the biggest moment of the season, a number one seed on the line, he comes through with 139 yards, carving up an exceptional Vikings defense. And here's the thing. It looks like David Montgomery is possibly going to return for the playoffs. He hinted at that last night as well. So it may not be long before we see Sonic and Knuckles in the backfield again for Detroit at just the right time. But in the interim, Gibbs has been awesome. And again, he did it in such a clutch moment on Sunday Night Football. Lions, number one seed in the NFC for the first time in franchise history, looking for their first title or championship since 1957. This could be the year, and Gibbs is a big reason why. Jahmyr Gibbs is your Monday MVP.
Has to be Jahmyr Gibbs. As somebody who has been talked about as a sidekick to David Montgomery, we need to look at some of these numbers that Jahmyr Gibbs has been posting. Because number one, you score 4 touchdowns in the biggest regular season game of the year, you deserve MVP on this show. And then you look at the regular season, and this is via the Lions PR. Some of these numbers that he has now for the regular season, there's only been 4 players in NFL history with 1,900 scrimmage yards, 16 rush touchdowns, and 4 receiving touchdowns. Only 4 players in NFL history. And then you look at the last stretch of games for Jahmyr Gibbs. Over the last 3 games, 150 total yards and a touchdown in 3 straight games. The only other Lions player to do this, Barry Sanders. So when you're in the company with Barry Sanders and some of these other guys in NFL history, and you're splitting carries, this is a huge deal. Jahmyr Gibbs, what a season, what a game. MVP of the weekend for me.
Yeah, I made a clean sweep. It's definitely Gibbs. Again, 4 touchdowns. It was hyped up as the game of the year for the number one seed, and he comes through with it that way against the Vikings defense that had been pretty good against the run this year. So for him to come up with 4 total touchdowns, 3 on the ground, go for almost 150 yards rushing, it's definitely Gibbs. Chelsea, I'm surprised you didn't go Hideki Matsuyama after you had to watch him all weekend long with that record-setting performance. And I apologize for leaving him off the top four here. But, boy, Gibbs was unbelievable. And what ended up being a dud of a game, actually.
Yeah, this game was not close, and it definitely did not live up to the expectations. Can I give a little honorable mention, though, to Mike Evans? I feel like if Mike Evans played for a bigger market team, we would hear way more about him, because now he is the only player in NFL history to reach 1,000 receiving yards in his first 11 seasons. What an accomplishment for Mike Evans. And I understand that it took until like the final 20 seconds of this game. If you have like a minute to yourself, today, if you're going to pull over, if you're at a stoplight, watch the video of Mike Evans getting this catch and watch the rest of his teammates celebrate alongside him. That is a sign of somebody who is well loved by his teammates and a good guy. So Mike Evans getting that mark on Sunday, it was a huge moment and a really nice moment to see. So honorable mention, I want to give some props to Mike Evans.
And also, if you don't have time to stop during the snow, just pull up your phone while you're driving. Now, be careful about it. But, pull up the phone, keep driving down the road. Yeah, look for cops, head on a swivel, and then you can watch it that way as well. I think that's a great point, though, because I saw that as well. And it's one thing to see a team react. It's quite another to see like almost a franchise celebrate. And reading about that, each individual player said, you're not going to meet a more selfless guy on the team than Mike Evans. And really think about it. What do we know about Mike Evans personally? Like, when have you ever heard Mike Evans really speak out? He's just that guy. And you said it, Chelsea. He just is in Tampa. He goes out every week. He balls out. He doesn't say a thing. And he just does his job. And so it's cool to see everyone recognize this is the ultimate team player. He deserves this.
Yeah. So I think it's been a great season. And how about the Bucks? 4 straight NFC South crowns. I understand that the NFC South is nothing to write home about, but I feel like the Bucks are one of those teams that people just don't really want to talk about because they're in Tampa Bay. It's Baker Mayfield. Who cares? But they've been scrappy in the postseason.
Yeah.
We saw it last year. They've got Mike Evans, who is a cheat code in the red zone. So it could be interesting. Up next, we'll talk about the playoff scenarios and maybe what we took away from the final game of the regular season in the NFL. That's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the Sportsbook Born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetQL network.
All right. And we're back. Thanks for starting your day with us here at the Daily Tip. In a few minutes, we'll get to our takeaways from the final game of the season in the NFL. That made me a little sad because it means the NFL season is almost over. Granted, the postseason obviously is much better than the regular season, but still, football is going to be leaving us soon, and that makes me a little sad. What didn't make me sad was, Jenks, I just looked out my window during the break. We got a little dusting of snow, which means my hobby today is going to be feeding the birds because the birds love to come to our house when it snows. You know, it's January when my number one hobby is I'm going to feed the birds and see if I can find a bunch of different types of birds. January is the worst.
What type of birds do you generally get?
Now I'm going to sound like a real nerd because I actually have looked into this. So my favorite are the woodpeckers. We've put out like this like block of something that they really like. So we have a red-headed woodpecker and we have like one that's like stripy and black. I don't know the name of it. I know that's not the technical term, but we have blue jays who are very aggressive. They kind of rule the roost around here. I didn't realize how big blue jays were. Have you ever seen a blue jay? They're huge.
I actually have. They're bigger than you think. So I'm trying to remember the last time I saw a blue jay, but I definitely have. And I thought they were very diminutive, and they're not. Like they are. No. They're not like a hawk or anything like that, but they're bigger than you think. Yeah.
They're noticeably bigger than like the rest of the birds. You know, like they're not the size of like a predatory bird, but as far as like the chickadees and the titmouse, which Jake thinks that name is just hilarious. We have those. We have like little finches. So that's going to be my hobby for today. Like we have 3 bird feeders. I am like on the verge of like just full on old ladying it over here because I like gardening. I like watching the birds. I like making stuff in my crock pot. Now I just need to add like knitting or something like that.
Oh, you're really close. You know what you can do is it's January. You have just enough time to take up knitting, crocheting, and then make yourself or the family a large, comfortable blanket in time for the winter.
Or I could just go to Walmart and spend $15 and get it within the same minute. That's what I don't get about some of those hobbies where people are like, I crocheted an entire pot holder and it took me 3 months. I'm like, just go get a pot holder.
Well, let me tell you something. We just ordered a very comfy blanket, a very comfortable blanket. It's amazing.
You gonna fight me on that take?
The old pot holder take? Oh, I don't know. Why don't you just buy your pot holder instead of making it? How about that? We bought a super nice blanket, and it's really hilarious. Like, that's the one thing that Catherine, I almost bought her a huge blanket. This is how you know you're older. She's like, I want a really comfy blanket. But I didn't get her a blanket. I got her jewelry instead because I thought her mom was going to get her a blanket. So Catherine was like, fine, I'm getting a big blanket off of Amazon. But the funny thing about it is that our cat doesn't like it. Bijou will sit in my lap if I have the regular blanket, but he doesn't like the big fluffy blanket. If mom is covered in the fluffy blanket, he's in my lap. If she takes off the fluffy blanket, then he gets in her lap. This is a thrilling story, by the way. I'll tell this probably every hour for the next week, but it's been interesting to watch because animals are so weird. It's like, it's just a blanket, but for some reason, Bijou doesn't like the new blanket. It's the big drama here.
Maybe because it's new. Like maybe he just needs to get used to it, and maybe he will like start to like it. Here's my last tip of like old lady talk here on the Daily Tip. Get yourself a heated blanket. The ones that plug in, my goodness. If you want to reach like next level coziness, get a heated blanket, James. It's the best thing you'll ever do.
Let me tell you something. We have a massive heated blanket heating pad. It's a combination of all those, and it's on our couch. And you're right. It's fantastic. So we are in full agreement here.
I feel like we need to do like a guest spot on NPR with some of the topics.
I was just going to say that. I was like, welcome to Blanket Talk. I'm Michael. She's Chelsea. Ooh, is there a shiver in the air? Please call us and let us know the blanket that you're covering yourself in today. That's exactly what I was going to say.
It's the ultimate in coziness. And next up, we'll talk about knitting strategies to make that pot holder in less than 3 months. And then it's bird watching. So I understand. We'll get to football because we did have some good games over the weekend. Jenks, I think my first thought was watching some of these games, especially in the early window, was it just because you have to win a game does not guarantee that you will win said game. And we saw that in Washington early on as the Commanders and the Cowboys were dueling until the final minutes of this game that meant nothing for the Cowboys. But, Washington, I understand that they were already in the playoffs, but seeding did matter here. It depended on, if they won this game. So it was Marcus Mariota who had the theatrics late in this one. Didn't see that one coming as the Commanders win it 23-19 over the Cowboys. Here is the game-winning reception, courtesy of Terry McLaurin.
It's 2nd and goal. End zone shot for the lead. It's McLaurin. He's got it. Washington is in front.
Yeah, sound courtesy of Fox. What a game this was. Jenks, take me through your emotions as you were watching, this nail biter between the Commanders and the Cowboys.
I mean, at first I was upset. I'm like, this team was supposed to come out motivated, driven to lock down that 6 seed, and they looked awful. Like this was arguably their worst half of football all year long. And then all of a sudden we see Marcus Mariota come out in the second half. I'm like, what in the hell is going on? And we heard it was planned, but then Dan Quinn said after the game, well, Jaden had a little bit of tightness. We didn't want to risk anything, tightness in his leg. But for a while I was just out like, dude, you guys are going to give this 6 seed away, which I think is important. Like the Commanders could have rested their players and said, we'll just kind of let the chips fall where they may. We'll make sure we're healthy right now because they are really banged up, especially on the offensive line. But the one thing that I appreciated is, Marcus Mariota came in and played great. Like he looked really good, which I think is a credit to Cliff Kingsbury's offense and the fact that both of those quarterbacks have bought in. But I think more than anything, this was classic Commanders, right? Where there are times and they're frustrating because this is still a team in the midst of rebuilding. They've won 12 games, but also they won 4 games last year. So they still have a lot of holes. They have a lot of weaknesses. But the one thing about the Commanders, which I really appreciate, is they do not quit. They just don't quit. So at the end of the game, one thing you see about the Commanders each and every week is they're super aggressive, a lot of aggressive play calls. They go for it on 4th down a lot. They could have easily sent this game to overtime, and Dan Quinn said, no, I don't want to do that. Because then all of a sudden you've got guys who are getting extra reps and maybe they're too tired or more tired than they should be going into a playoff game. You don't want that. So he said, no, I'm going for the win. He got the dub. And the Commanders have done this all season long. I don't know how many wins they have now. It's like 5 or 6 in the final 30 seconds of a game. So this is classic Commanders. Frustrating at times. You're like, what are you doing? And then in the end, they sort of fight their way through and get the dub. And it was a roller coaster. But good on them, the 6th seed now. They meet the Bucs on Sunday Night Football. They open the season in Tampa, so it's kind of a nice bookend to how their season has gone.
Yeah, the cardiac Commanders, it feels like this season. It was an interesting line and balance that we saw coaches trying to toe the line for some of these games that maybe didn't mean a lot. Like maybe there were seeding implications, but obviously you don't want to hurt your starters. So we saw some teams just go full on and play all your starters, because I was honestly surprised that the Ravens kept all their starters in for most of the game in a game that wasn't even close. But here's the other side of that. If you take your starters out and they're not ailing from something, there's a chance that they'll be kind of rusty, going into that next game. And this has been a problem, I think, for Matt LaFleur and the Packers. We've seen them rest starters and then they come out flat, in that first week following that. So it was kind of an interesting storyline to watch week 18 through that lens and see, who's playing starters and who's keeping the guys in until the final minutes of the game. So Tampa Bay was another example of a team that just because they needed to win over a bad team did not guarantee them an easy win. This was very much a game until the 4th quarter. So Tampa Bay takes care of business in the end, beating the Saints 27-19. but the Saints were up early in this game. This was Tampa Bay coming on strong down the stretch in the fourth quarter. We talked about Mike Evans earlier in the season. He is now the only player in NFL history with 11 straight seasons of 1,000 yards receiving. Bucky Irving, big in this game as well, had 89 yards on the ground and a touchdown. Baker Mayfield was a little hit or miss here. 21 of 32, 221 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick, but enough to get the job done. Like, maybe we should have seen this coming, that it's still a divisional battle. Like, the Saints are not good, but it took everything Tampa Bay had to secure this win.
Yeah, I saw this stat, and I thought it was pretty remarkable. Baker Mayfield in his career, when trailing by at least 10 points, and the Bucs were down 16-6 at one point, he had been 0 for 43 all time in his career. That's unbelievable. And also, I saw yesterday in the Circa Survivor pool that one of the groups that won was on the Bucs. So imagine watching this game and you're like, you've got to be kidding me. The Bucs are down 10 points in this game to the Saints, and they end up getting it done. Yeah, you know, I'll give full credit to Baker Mayfield. He's had an awesome season, by the way. When you look at his numbers, pretty remarkable. More than 4,500 yards passing, 41 touchdowns this season, 41 for Baker Mayfield. He's been awesome, and this is a guy that was left to the scrap heap for a while. Remember, after the Browns, where'd he go? Carolina, then to the Rams, and then down in Tampa, and it looked like he was just going to kind of, you know, bounce around, maybe be a journeyman for the rest of his career. And instead, he has really been fantastic for Tampa Bay. And here they are, division winners for the 4 straight years. So full credit to Baker and Mike Evans and what they have done. They're going to be a tough out for the Commanders. Bucs are favored in that game by 3, and it's in Tampa. So I certainly understand that. But that's a hell of a comeback, especially in a division when teams know each other that well, especially being down double digits.
Yeah, I think Tampa Bay is one of those teams that routinely is underestimated simply because they're Tampa Bay. And I feel like it's a mid-market team. It's not a fan base that, yes, they have like a great history, but I know that area. Like, I lived in Fort Myers, and I feel like it's kind of a transient area where a lot of people are transplants. So they don't have like the allegiances that teams like the Steelers or, you know, teams up north have. So it'll be interesting to see how Tampa Bay does in the playoffs, because when you have a good quarterback, who I think we can characterize Baker Mayfield as a veteran quarterback at this point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's been in the NFL quite some time, and I know he's a bit of a gunslinger, but still, he has plenty of playoff experience, and he has plenty of NFL experience, and he has a very reliable number 1 in Mike Evans. It feels like a cheat code when it comes to red zone throws. Plus, Bucky Irving, he's having a great season. Somebody who I played just for props, and I've been paying attention to him a lot lately. He's been great on the ground for the Tampa Bay Bucs as well. So Tampa Bay, one of those teams that maybe, you know, if they get past the Commanders, I would imagine they'd be getting a sizable number of points in the next round. Maybe one of those teams that can sneaky cover the spread at least, because I remember that was the case last year when it came to the NFC side of things in the postseason. So, Jenks, let's go back to the Commanders, because we know that you cover the Commanders and you do the pregame for Washington there. What's one thing that you're excited to see in the playoffs for the Commanders? Or what's like the one big thing that you kind of have a question about, you're excited to see? You know, what are you looking forward to in the playoffs for the Commanders?
I think I'm looking forward to 2 things. Number one is, if you watch the Commanders or have watched the Commanders, and I'm sure everyone's like, I have not watched the Commanders, but I have. And what's interesting about the Commanders is that they have not played a lot of clean football. Like, they had an incredible outing on the ground against your Titans a few weeks ago, but then they had 5 turnovers against the Eagles. And, you know, that's kind of been what they've done over the past few weeks, where they kind of play sloppy. They give the ball away. They're not really in sync, and they haven't played complementary football. So you're talking about a team, and look, this is a team that's, you know, 12-5, and yet they found ways to win without playing their best football. So you think, if these guys find a way to play complementary football and their best game, then they could surprise some people. And I think more than anything else, Jaden Daniels is going to be something to watch in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And that may sound like something that is obvious, but man, if you haven't watched him for full games, if you haven't seen what he's done in his rookie season, completely unbothered. He just does not get bothered by the moment. And the one thing we learned about him is when the stakes are at their highest, that is when he is at his absolute best. So I can't wait to see him in his rookie season, especially against a Tampa team that he struggled against early in the year because that was his first ever NFL game, right? He's a completely different quarterback now. So I can't wait to see the progression from what we saw early in the season to now in the playoffs, because I feel like if there's any guy, any rookie who's going to make a play during the playoffs, it's going to be Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, he's the ultimate wild card and the ultimate X factor for a team that he's completely turned around. Obviously, some other factors as well, but should be interesting in the postseason. Coming up next, the playoff picture is set. We'll take you through the biggest matchups and which ones you should bet on next on the Daily Tip.
Hey, this is Brad Evans. Join me on BetMGM tonight alongside Ryan Orvat, weekdays 7-11 Eastern, only on the BetQL network. And say hello to my little
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Good morning, rise and shine. Time for some coffee if you haven't had some already, because it's time to start the work week. I understand that it's hard to get going, especially after last week and the week before where we've had some days off. Now it's a full work week with no days off. Jenks, it's going to take some getting used to, like not having those little breaks in between the week. But we're surging ahead. So we talk all the time about like some of the aspects of suburban life because I'm somebody who moved from the city to the suburbs last year. So like I'm getting acquainted with, the things that are a big deal around here. So Hendersonville, where I live, got a Costco last year. And it was the biggest of deals for everybody around here. I'm not sure what the mystique is with Costco. If you don't know what Costco is, it's one of those bulk superstores that you buy things in bulk and you can save money. I think that's the gist of it. But here's the story that I was going to ask you about, is that Costco has announced that over some of their stores, they're going to be building apartments to kind of corner the quote affordable housing crisis. We understand that like mortgage rates are way up and it's hard for some people to find an affordable place to live. So Costco is doing this. They're building a bunch of apartments above their Costco. It includes a free membership to Costco. Has all the normal, amenities, pool, fitness area, courtyards, community space, whatever. But I feel like for people who, work at Costco and want to be close to Costco, like as much as people love Costco around here, I would not be shocked if all these apartments fill up very quickly. So let me ask you, would you ever want to live above a Costco, or is there another superstore or store in general that you'd want to live above, like a bar maybe?
I'd never live above a Costco. Only a Kmart is probably where I would live. Just a Kmart. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't really want to live above a superstore, but I, at the same time, appreciate the premise, which is, look, affordable housing is important. Everyone deserves a place to live that they can afford. So I think that's a good thing. I think, honestly, I just wouldn't want to live above a Costco if I worked at Costco. And that's one of those things that sounds good in theory, but then in practice, like, sometimes it's good to have a separation between work and home. Do you know what I mean? So if you're going up and down every day, like, okay, you want it to be convenient. That would be awesome. At the same time, and you don't want a 45-hour-and-a-half commute. But also, I don't know if I just want to go like downstairs to the Costco work and then go right back upstairs. It'd be like living at the Costco. So I think you need some sort of separation there. Then again, maybe some people just love the convenience and be like, perfect, I'm home in 5 minutes. I'm right here. I can see an argument for both sides, but for me, it's only Kmart.
Only the blue light special. Didn't they used to have the blue light special? Wasn't that
right.
Kmart?
That was their thing back in the day. It's a blue light special, man. You got to get there immediately and take advantage of that huge price cut.
Yeah, that, or maybe they're just referring to like their lights that are always out. It felt like it had a blue cast to it. I don't know what it was with their lighting, but it was like so depressing. It was just like the ultimate fluorescent lighting to where it's like, I don't know, you felt like you were in an interrogation room. Kmart, RIP. A juncture of my childhood, because we did have one down the street. All right, Jank. So maybe you don't want to live above a Costco, but maybe you do want to tune into some of these playoff matchups in the NFL. So the stage is set. After the final week of the regular season, here are the matchups that we've been handed. So Saturday is going to start off with the Chargers and the Texans. On the second matchup of the day, we've got the Steelers and the Ravens in a divisional matchup. Then it's Broncos, Bills, Packers, Eagles, Commanders, and Bucks, and then finally the Vikings and the Rams. So we know you cover the Commanders, so obviously you're interested in that game. But of the rest of these matchups, which one do you find the most interesting?
I think the interesting thing to me, or the interesting game to me, is Vikings-Rams. And right now the Vikings are laying 1.5 total set at 47 and a hook. I just think it's fascinating that here we are And this is a Vikings team that, won 14 games during the regular season, and here they are coming out that bad loss to the Lions. And look, the number tells the story, right? As I always say, the number is the number. And because they've dropped to a 5 seed, that's just the way the NFL works. Here they are. They got to go on the road as a 1.5 favorite. There's a real possibility with as talented as the Rams are, and with Sean McVay as their head coach. We know Matthew Stafford is a guy who has a Super Bowl ring as well. Like, there's a possibility the Vikings could win 14 games and then be one and done in the playoffs. I think that's interesting to me.
Oh, for sure. I think the Vikings and who else? Like, Oregon has the right to be shaking their fists at, like, the playoff draws. It's, like, similar to that. Like, Oregon went undefeated, and they're like, hey, your first game in the college football playoff, here's Ohio State. You're like, what? So maybe not the same deal for the Vikings. This is a hard game for me to handicap simply because on one side, I don't want to overreact too much to one game. What we saw last night on Sunday Night Football, because listen, the Lions have made a lot of teams look really bad, and the Lions are really, really good. And they put their foot on the gas pedal, and they ain't stopping when they're beating a team. But on the other side of things, I don't really want to fade Sean McVay in the postseason. Somebody who's been there, done that. And he proves all the time that he does the most with the least. And when you have a reliable quarterback like Matt Stafford and good receivers like Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp, it just feels like that opens a lot of things up. I'm not going to say home field advantage is going to be great. In LA, we know that's not normally the case. But still, I think I'm going to stay away from that game maybe. Looking at some of the point spreads in these games, I should say, I think from a betting standpoint, there are two that kind of caught my eye. I think I'm looking at the Chargers laying 3 on the road of the Texans. I think the Chargers are a good team. Well coached. They've got a quarterback in Justin Herbert that's really damn good. J.K. Dobbins is back and been effective for the run game. And then the other one is the Packers and the Eagles. The Packers are getting 4.5. I feel like the Packers are one of those teams that can contend with anybody. And maybe the Packers don't win this game, but I do think they can keep it close. Jenks, of those two reads, do you like either of them?
I think the Packers can probably keep it close. Did Jordan Love get banged up yesterday? I want to make sure he's okay. I need to look that up right now. Jordan Love, want to make sure he's all right. But ultimately, he was okay. He could have returned, but he did exit the game yesterday against the Bears. Injury to his arm. So that's something to keep an eye on. He had an elbow injury. Sure. So I would just say that if you're going to bet on that game, he's probably going to be fine, but just keep an eye on that because you never know how those things evolve throughout the week. But ultimately, I'm kind of like you. Packers are a good team. They have very good defense, and minus 4.5 for the Eagles seems a touch too high for me. I'd like the Eagles if this were closer to 3. So my initial lean would be the Packers. I think they go into Philly, and I think they can hang. I think they lose, but I think they keep it close.
All right. So you were somebody who was on the Chargers this week. How about the Chargers and the Texans? I feel like the Texans have been really, I don't want to say disappointing this year, but they just didn't have the flash that they had last year. And I think some of it was just because we were so surprised with what CJ Stroud did last year that, maybe that's why they got more flash. But then we saw him in the postseason, and they got stomped by who? Like the Ravens or somebody? CJ Stroud has not put up those type of numbers this season. They've been good numbers, but still not like great numbers. Not something that we expected, seeing a huge jump from year 1 to year 2. 20 touchdowns, 12 picks, completion percentage, let's see, of 63%, which not great, not terrible. I don't know. I just think I like the Chargers more. Does it bother you taking road favorites in the playoffs?
No, it doesn't. I love the Chargers here. This number opened at 2.5, already went to 3. They're minus 160 on the money line. Your total is 43.5. I've been on the Chargers. Chargers have been awesome. They've covered in 9 of their last 11 games. And if you look at the Texans, their offense has really dropped off in the second half of the season. And if you look at what Justin Herbert has done, I know the Chargers tend to be methodical in their offense, but J.K. Dobbins is back. Justin Herbert has been putting up big numbers. And look, Jim Harbaugh, I love that freaking weirdo. I'm telling you, he just knows how to coach football. And the Texans are a team, to me, that look like have regressed a little bit in the second half of the season. And so I'd be on the Chargers here. Again, it's sitting at 3. I like it better at 2.5, but I'd still take the Chargers at 3.
Yeah, I think so too. And you probably need to get it before it moves to 3.5. I think that's probably where the market's going to go. As far as betting goes, I don't think the Broncos are going to go on the road and beat the Bills. I don't think that's really in the realm of possibility. So maybe what I should be doing is putting the Bills in a teaser. But the Broncos are getting 8.5 points. This one's tough for me because on one hand, it is a playoff game in Buffalo. The Bills are going to be amped up. And we know they can score a ton of points. But on the other side of the coin, the Broncos have been undervalued all season long. One of the best covering bunches in the NFL. And Sean Payton will have a good game plan. Maybe the X factor is, how does Bo Nix do in the postseason? Because he's still a rookie. 8.5 points, Jenks. Is this enough to entice you to take the Broncos?
Maybe. I think I like the over instead. Total set at 47.5. And when you look at the Broncos, they do a nice job of stopping the run. And the Bills, I mean, they can run the ball, but I think that just lends itself to Buffalo tossing the football around. They're going to have Josh Allen, as per usual, play hero ball. And then conversely, the Bills' defense has been pretty good, but the Broncos like to sling it around. We saw Bo Nix yesterday, and I know that was against a Chiefs team that was completely depleted. But Bo Nix has been pretty good this season, and I think Sean Payton will try to throw the ball on Buffalo. I can see this being a back-and-forth game. I don't know if I'd lay 8.5 with the Bills. I'd probably lean towards the Broncos when it comes to the spread, but I think I would go over 47.5. I can see a lot of points in Buffalo.
Ooh, maybe need to check on the weather to see kind of what's going on in Buffalo. Obviously, that's a factor this time of year, but yeah, it's a good read. I like both of these offenses, and especially if the Broncos are down, like they're going to play obviously way more aggressively if they're down a lot. They're going to be throwing the football. All right, coming up next, it's hour 3. It's on deck. We're going to start with college football. 2 massive games in college football. Notre Dame, Penn State, Ohio State, and Texas. Our best bets for each on the other end on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM on the Sportsbook Born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
From BetQL, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
And you can say I'm a homer. I don't care. Sark has built this program like Nick Saban built Alabama. This is a really deep roster. This is a national championship roster.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlor.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's finish strong, baby. Hour 3 of the Daily Tip from BetQL. It is presented by BetMGM. Great to have you with us on a Monday, a snowy Monday here in the nation's capital. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in D.C. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville. Coming up in our final hour, we will look ahead to the college football semifinals, Orange Bowl on Thursday, Cotton Bowl on Friday. Then in 20 minutes, the playoffs are set in the NFL. Guess who is not in the playoffs? That would be the New England Patriots, who fired Gerard Mayo. So we get a special visit from Lucy Burge in 20 minutes. I know she has thoughts about that. In fact, I think if my memory serves, she predicted this was going to happen. So we'll talk about that as well. And in 40 minutes, we hand out our best bets and found out what the Donkster is up to as well. And we're live on X. Thank you guys for following us. So if you want to stream the final hour, you can do that as well. I'm at Jinx TC, and Chelsea is at Chelsea Messenger. Do you remember the first time you ever went on air? Like, we've obviously been doing this for a long time, but you did local news just like I did. Do you remember the first time you ever went on local TV and how nervous you were?
Oh, yeah. I was doing something that wasn't even related to sports. They put me on, they were having a casting call for America's Next Top Model. So I had to interview all these girls that like wanted to be models. And it was like, you know, girls that you could tell that they were probably not going to make it. But some of the confidence in these girls, my goodness, you know, it was rubbing off on me. I was like, wow, if this girl has like no shot at being a runway model, like the girl's 5'1", maybe I should be a little bit more confident in my skills. And I think that's the main thing that has changed between day one and day whatever this is you have to have some type of confidence in what you're saying and the way that you carry yourself. Because when you're nervous on air, it's contagious and it's not fun to watch. So, Jenks, I would like to think that I'm a little bit more confident than I was back then. But as far as like talent goes, like obviously I have a lot more reps and a lot more skill now.
Sure.
But the confidence also, I think, is one of the bigger difference makers between then and now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it also helps when, you know, when you start off in a small market, like the production isn't as good. Like, I probably told this story before, like a lot of stories, but I remember one time where I was on the air and it was just, I still have this. It was just a comedy of errors where nothing went right. And so it was like, all right, we're going to go live to Ed, who is standing by now at Denison High. Okay, we don't have Ed, because I'm getting all this in my ear, right? And this is just live, and I'm on the desk. Like, okay, we don't have Ed. Okay, we do. Here we go. All right, Ed is... Okay, we're having some technical difficulties, so we're going to get back to him shortly. Let's go ahead and get to the... No, Ed is here. And, I mean, this went on. I mean, I just could feel... I'm sure you felt that moment where you're on the air and you're doing your best, but inside you can feel yourself dying. And that's how I felt. I'm like, I am dying right now. And then it never really happened. It was just a complete nightmare. I had that happen. I had one time happen where the production staff thought I was making fun of them because I made a mistake on air and I was making fun of myself. And so they decided to just cut off my audio for the rest of my sportscast just out of spite. So I did 4 minutes in silence. And then they realized their error later. They were like, hey, sorry about that. We thought you were giving us a hard time, and then we realized you were just kind of giving yourself a hard time. I was like, regardless, I think we should never just cut off the audio for 4 minutes just because you're upset about something. It was just like stuff like that was wild back in the day. Yeah, those were heady days, Chelsea.
But I do think those type of experiences, like, they're good to have. Because I think especially the ones in which you suffer some level of failure. Because here's the thing. I think when you're nervous about failing and you've never failed, that you think it's like the end of the world. You're like, oh my God, I can never recover from this. But when you fail and like the world doesn't end, you have a different type of confidence moving forward. You're like, hey, I've already been through worse things. What's the worst that could happen? It's already happened to me. So why don't I just go out there and have a good time?
I agree. Well, hopefully we'll have a good time on Thursday and Friday night. What a big week for this show. What a big week for college football. If you're watching us on X, Double D, who is our audio extraordinaire, he's a big, burly, lovable bear. I have a big crush on him.
He's not going to cut the audio for 4 minutes.
No, he's not. He's this guy, no matter what. Even when I call him a lovable bear, he'll be like, all right, you moron. I guess I'll keep us on the air. But Double D's a Penn State fan. I'm a Texas fan. Both of these teams in action this week. Double D, you can chime in here if you would like. Let's start with the Orange Bowl. Coming up on Thursday night, Notre Dame, Penn State. Notre Dame is laying a 1.5. The Irish are minus 125 on the money line. Penn State is plus 105. Your total is set at 46 and a hook, and this total has dropped 4 points, opened at 50 and a hook. My initial lean would be the under, but then I didn't jump on this number immediately. I'm like, 4 points. These two defenses are really solid. Penn State would like to run the ball with Katron Allen and Nick Singleton, and then the Irish want to do the same with their backfield. Love and Jadarian Price and Riley Leonard can get out of the pocket as well. But before we get our particular handicaps here, he's going to come on live. We're on X. We got to bring him in, and he's wearing his Falcon sweatshirt, which is really ballsy, I have to say. Double D, how are you feeling about your Penn State Nittany Lions? Forget about covering. You might as well just choose a money line bet here, right?
Yeah, I'd go money line here. Whichever way you're going to go, choose your favorite here. For me, it comes down to whether or not they can stop the running attack of Notre Dame, and that defense proved versus Genty that they could stop an elite running back. But this is a different animal, a different offensive line. So it's going to come down, for me at least, to whether or not they stop the run game, because I don't think Riley Leonard is as good a passer as everybody wants to put on him. And I think that was shown in the Georgia game where he had, 80 yards passing or something like that. But they didn't need to. They were running all over Georgia. And yeah, I think the big X factor, and it's been that way all season, can Notre Dame contain Tyler Warren? If Tyler Warren starts to feed, it's going to be a long, long night for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. I lean Penn State here. Am I super confident in it? Of course. We are Penn State. Let's go, boys!
Take it from the guy wearing a Falcon sweatshirt right now. Hey, listen, you rep your teams. I got a lot of respect for that. Good luck to your Nittany Lions. Chelsea, what do you think here? I feel like that I've been talking your ear off about all these games because I was so excited. But what's going to happen in this one?
I think I'm going to lean towards either a full game under or a first half under. I think that's going to be the way to go. So first half total in this one set at 22.5. Both these teams want to run the football, like you said. And I think both of these defenses are pretty solid. Tyler Warren obviously is going to be the X factor for Penn State, but I will say Notre Dame, their secondary has been really good throughout the season, and a team that's been better than the market expected, which is crazy to say about a Notre Dame program that is one of those blue chip programs. Notre Dame 10-0 against the spread in their last 10 games. Absolutely crazy, but we're not talking about like a big spread in this one. So obviously they need to win the game, win by a couple of points. But I think I'll go first half. There's a bit of a layoff. I think both these defenses are the units that I want to trust here. And like we said, both these teams want to run the football. I think most of the adjustments come in the second half. So first half, under 22.5, I think is the play for me.
I'm also very curious about the coaching matchup in this game. I feel like Marcus Freeman outcoached Kirby Smart when Notre Dame faced Georgia. I really do. And I would almost always give the advantage to Kirby Smart, but it was really impressive what we saw from Marcus Freeman. He was totally prepared for Georgia and everything that they brought in that game. And that was you rarely see a game where Georgia, I don't want to say was dominated, but was controlled for the majority of the game. And that's really what Notre Dame did, especially when they had, 17 points in 54 seconds, something wild like that, into the first half, early second half. So Marcus Freeman versus James Franklin is very interesting. And I think James Franklin, like, he needs this dub for his reputation. And I know that it's been talked about again and again and again, and credit to Penn State for getting here. But if we're being honest, beating SMU, beating Boise State, again, you got it done. That's great. But it's a lot different now that you're here in a big game. And we know James Franklin has had problems in big games. Now, this would be massive, not just for Penn State to get to the national championship game, but for James Franklin to beat Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl in a spot like this.
Yeah, because the read on James Franklin has been, okay, if he's favored, even if it's a big game, like these are numbers he usually covers. And we saw it so far in the college football playoff. But the problem comes when he's an underdog. James Franklin has not been good in this spot. He has not been good against like top 5 teams in the AP poll. Going into the Big Ten championship game, ATS, since James Franklin came to Penn State, 8-17-1 as underdogs. So those are not good numbers, and not really a team that, from that standpoint, you'd want it back. But again, like, this is a short spread, so I'm not sure, if you give that so much run. I think more of it's about the players on the field, and it's less to do with James Franklin. It's like, oh, can he win the big one? Well, maybe the other team's just better. I think this is pretty much, a mark where both teams are really talented on both sides of the ball. Can they stop Riley Leonard? That's going to be the question. And can the other side, can you stop Tyler Warren? Again, I think the best play is a total in this one. I'm not sure on a side, so I'm not going to pick one.
Well, maybe you have a better feeling about Ohio State and Texas. Friday night. It's the Cotton Bowl. You know what? I just decided. The lovely Catherine and I, we're going to go to the Texas watch party. And if we lose, we lose. Whatever. Ohio State is laying 6.5. Ohio State is minus 250 on the money line. Texas is plus 200. Your total is 53.5. This number opened Ohio State around minus 4.5, 5, wherever you shop, and was immediately bet up to 6.5. And I feel like now that I feel good about Texas covering this number, if only for the fact that, A, this is going to be the best defense that Ohio State has played all season long without question, and B, Vegas is going to need Texas in a big way, because I've heard a couple people on this network say, okay, Texas is the call, Texas is the call. But on the whole, Chelsea, I feel like everyone I've heard, and especially the public, is going to be all over Ohio State. And maybe it's the right side. Of all the teams right now, the Buckeyes look better than anyone. There's no question about that. They're even money to win the national title, plus 100. However, I feel like 6.5 with a week to prepare, even though I know the Bucs are playing their best football of the season, is too many points. I am going to be on the horns.
I think this is the toughest part of betting on sports, is because you can't be too overreactionary to a small stretch. And I think people are seeing that last game and the game before for Ohio State and saying, okay, this is a team that can't be stopped. I think the level of competition, now that we get to the semifinal, is going to be a little tighter. And I understand the spread is still sitting at 6 over at BetMGM. And if you're into fading the public, you would be on Texas here, because 77% of the money right now over at BetMGM is on Ohio State. So a lot of people are buying into the hype of the Buckeyes, that offense, and what we've seen with some of their star receivers. So here's the matchup that's going to be really interesting. When you have somebody like Jeremiah Smith, and you have a defense like Texas, though, because here's the thing. If there's any defense in the country that maybe can slow them down, it's going to be Texas. And here's the other thing I want to bring up. It's not like Texas doesn't have their own playmakers on their offense. Guys like Matthew Golden, who were huge in that last game against Arizona State. So as far as dudes go, I don't think there's that big of a divide between the talent on Texas and the talent on Ohio State.
Oh, I agree with you. I mean, I think that there is not nearly the talent discrepancy that people are going to make it out to be. I think Ohio State is the most talented team remaining in this tournament, if you will. There's no question about that. But I also think they haven't faced a defense like this. And I also think the one thing that Texas will be able to do against Ohio State is get to Will Howard. Now, it might just be with a 4-man front, But the way to beat Ohio State, I think, is you cannot give Will Howard time. Because if you do, guess what? Emeka Egbuka or Jeremiah Smith are going to get open, and he will burn you. So you've got to hit him, you've got to pressure him, and force him into making mistakes. I think of all the keys in this game, Double D, you're doing this as we're going to break. I'm getting all fired up, and now I got to go to break. Maybe we just went outright. Maybe we beat Ohio State. Maybe we stomped them. I don't know. The Buckeyes look really good right now. I'm trying to talk myself into this, but it should be a hell of a battle in Dallas. Bit of a home field advantage for the Horns. Coming up next, we're going to talk to Lucy Burge about the firing of Gerard Mayo. Stay right there.
Hey, it's Sammy P. Join me and Joe Ostrowski on BetQL Daily, weekday mornings at 9 Eastern, where we look to give you the insider edge and insights to help you make smarter bets.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetQL network.
Welcome back to the show. The Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Great to have you along with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up shortly here on the show, we get a special guest early in the week. Normally, we talk to Lucy Burge on Wednesday, but after the firing of Gerard Mayo, we have to bring in one of our favorites to talk about what is next in Foxborough. Chelsea, before we do that, let's talk about the birds. You are an avid bird watcher. You've seen a blue jay, a titmouse, a robin, an oriole. I'm just naming random birds. Have you thought about naming any of these birds? Like maybe you name the titmouse bird Levis after Will Levis.
The titmouse? Yes, after Will Levis. No, here's the thing. My 5-year-old names these birds, but the names never make any sense. Like she's named one of the birds Bluey, which you would say, okay, is the bird blue? No, the bird is black and white. And I'm like, Blake, you can't be naming this bird Bluey. It's black and white. She's like, no, Bluey for the show. Because there's a show named Bluey. But yeah, this is how most of the names go in the household. She names all of her dolls, and it's like usually what they're wearing or just some random name. She did name one of the fat pigeons, Hansen, which I don't know where she even got this name, but doesn't it sound like an appropriate name for a fat bird?
Hansen? Oh, that's fat bird. Oh, it's the first thing I thought of. That's got to be the fattest bird ever. I told you we had 2 pigeons on our roof deck, right? They would not go away, and I kept shooing them away, and they were the most aggressive pigeons ever, and I was getting so angry, and I was like, you guys get off the deck. And I would walk back inside. I'd go outside. They'd fly away. I'd walk right back inside, they'd fly back. And this went on for like 20 minutes. It was like this game, and I'd spray them with water. And then I realized this was mom and dad protecting a baby that we found on the deck. Aww. And now I'm like, oh, now I see why you refused to go away. So one day I went out. It was really strange to say. It was almost like an acknowledgement. Like I walked out, and all this in the drain, like one of these gutters, I see like a baby pigeon that is sitting there. And mom is on one side of the deck, dad is on the other. And I walk out and nobody moves. And I don't try to scare them. And I look and I see the baby pigeon. And then I look at mom and I look at dad, and I was like, okay. And so I just walked off, and I was like, take care of your baby. And then and I let them hang out there because obviously they were protecting the baby pigeon. And then like 2 weeks later, and I'd go out and look every like couple days, and the baby would still be getting bigger. And then after like a couple weeks, finally got big enough to fly away, and they all left. It's crazy. So you're the villain in their movie. Have you ever thought about that? Was the villain, and then I turned into the protector. Then I understood what was happening.
I don't know. I bet they still view you as the villain. They're like, this guy, I don't know if I should trust him or not. But like, it's wild because we always think of ourselves as like the main character in the movie, but sometimes we're not. Like, think about that. In like other humans' lives, like we're probably the villain to somebody.
Well, that's probably true. Well, I'll tell you someone, a hero, I would say. Someone who I believe called the Gerard Mayo firing. Someone we have on each and every week here on the show, but she's going to join us early for her analysis. Let's bring her in.
Single and a homer for Devers, and this one is driven to center field. He's watching it. He thinks he did it again. Oh, my goodness.
What they going to say now? What they going to say now? It's a surreal feeling. We did it. We did it!
Wait, Mr. Brady, take your goddamn teddy bear with you! Perfect spiral!
You like apples? Always Boston strong, it's Lucy Burge.
How do you like them apples?
You can check her out as host of Back to the Futures each Sunday night on the BetQL network. She's also a great follow on X and Instagram at Lucille Burge. Lucy, before we get to you, just quick breaking news. Adam Schefter from ESPN is reporting that the Jacksonville Jaguars have fired Doug Peterson. So yet another casualty after the end of the NFL regular season. I expect that to happen a few more times across the league as we get closer and closer to the actual playoffs. So now we've got another head coach fired. But yesterday, almost, Lucy, like we were talking about, it was like mid-fourth quarter, it felt like. I mean, as soon as the game was over, Gerard Mayo gone after one season with the Patriots, 4-13 this year. Didn't you call this? Didn't you feel like this was going to happen?
Yes, good morning. So I made 2 predictions in a video that I did earlier this month, I believe. One of them was Bill Belichick will return to the NFL eventually. The other one, that Gerard Mayo will not be the head coach of the New England Patriots next season. And lo and behold, we now know that one of those things has come true, and that is Gerard Mayo was fired immediately after the game. Like this had to have been planned before. They had to have known this was going to happen. There was a very stark shift in the days leading up to this final game, which, by the way, the Patriots had to lose. All you got to do is do what you've been doing, and that's losing games, and just keep doing that. And no, they couldn't even do that. But leading up to this game, there was a shift in the way the future of Gerard Mayo was reported on, where before this, people were speculating, oh, Robert Kraft will bring him back. He's a rookie head coach. It's his first year. Give him another chance. And then suddenly you have Adam Schefter saying, no, he is out. Like he's not safe in the safer leave or whatever the game they were playing. Is Gerard Mayo more on the side of out? Reporters around here started to be hesitant when talking about the future of Gerard Mayo here. And then we find out right after, quicker than I will say, I did not expect it to be right after the game. I thought maybe it would be a couple days, maybe today, a couple days later, but they had him coach that game knowing they were going to fire him, and had him meet the media after the game knowing that he was fired. Except if they maybe Robert Kraft had a scenario where if we lose the game, we don't fire him. If we win the game, we fire him. They win the game, which I did say Patriots plus 3.5, because I knew that they were going to mess this up, and now they do not have the number 1 pick in the draft. And then they fired Gerard Mayo. So it was surprising, not that it happened, but how quickly it happened.
Yeah, thanks for the number 1 overall pick.
You're welcome, Chelsea.
Said me and the rest of Titans fans. So we are benefiting from it, but here's where timing matters on this, because now that Doug Peterson is fired, we have several head coaching opportunities that are going to be available. So if you drag your feet and you don't fire your head coach, like you are not, open to getting the best available candidate, which I feel like if you fire a first-year head coach and you don't even give him a chance to succeed, it means you have somebody waiting in the wings. So I think that the biggest question now is, do the Patriots go after Mike Vrabel?
Yes, I do believe that they will. And I think the impetus of this firing was Mike Vrabel's meeting with the Jets. And Robert Kraft saw that and thought, we can't lose him, because that is exactly what he said about Gerard Mayo. And when he said that he hired him or had him in mind for the lineage of coaching after Bill Belichick 5 years ago, he had this prepared, he said. And he said that it was when Gerard Mayo was asked to interview other places that he thought, I don't want to lose this guy. And that is probably what he thought about Mike Vrabel, seeing that he was interviewing with the Jets. And Mike Vrabel would be a perfect fit. He is a Patriots Hall of Famer. He has taken teams to the playoffs before, so he has experience. And I think that is the one thing the Patriots will be looking for, is someone with experience this time. And hopefully they do it right this time, because last time they didn't interview anybody. So once again, they could have somebody in mind and not interview anybody else, but I would hope that they do. But I think Mike Vrabel is the target here. And I think that they, exactly, you said, they would not have fired Gerard Mayo, and especially this quickly, if they didn't have somebody else in mind. And I think that person is Mike Vrabel, and I think he will be the next head coach of the Patriots.
Lucy, when you look at Gerard Mayo, and I'm trying to understand, because sometimes it's wins and losses, and then sometimes it's the fit isn't right. And Gerard Mayo was supposed to be a defensive guy. The Patriots defense wasn't that good. And also, he sort of had missteps throughout the season where he called his team a soft football, and then he said, hey, we're going to spend all this money in free agency, and he had to walk that back. He said, we're going to be smart. We're going to be judicious with how we spend money. And so in your mind, was that part of it as well? It wasn't just what we saw on the field. It was just kind of how he managed the media and managed the team?
Yes, I think if the communication and the messaging was streamlined, I think he would be back next season. I think that was a massive part of it. So during the season, he did a weekly interview on Odyssey Station, WEI, on the Greg Hill Show. And it seemed like every week he was saying something and then the next week walking it back. And the messaging was very confusing. I think the beginning of all of this, and this is where I think there was a turn, Jelani Tavai on that show last week, he said something that he absolutely should not have said that seemed like the beginning of the end for Jerod Mayo, when he said that fans booing, Patriots fans who were rightfully booing the team during the Chargers game, which was just a horrible mess all around. And he said the fans should know their place, don't boo us. And he also said he did not know that they'd had the number 1 pick at the time, which is just like, how do you not know that? And he definitely knew that. And like, what are we doing? Like, the messaging is all over the place. But he said fans should know their place. There's a reason why they are fans. And fans, rightfully so, I being one of them, did not like that at all. Jerod Mayo then said, oh, we handled it internally. I spoke to him. And then Jelani Tavai comes back to the media and doesn't really apologize, but says, I'm sorry if anyone was offended. That's not me. And if you're a fan, be a fan, not a critic. So I think that the messaging is all messed up. And I think that was a big part of it.
Let me ask you this. How much confidence do you have in the front office right now when it comes to the Patriots? Because now that we're looking at it, in hindsight, I'm trying to think, as somebody who is like a casual viewer of the Patriots franchise, like how much of the success was Tom Brady and Bill Belichick and how much was the front office? Do you feel confident in this front office moving forward?
Not really. And I don't think many people do, because they haven't given a reason. They have not given any Patriots fans a reason to feel confident in them. Though, if they hire Mike Vrabel and he works out, then maybe they redeem themselves. And maybe if the Patriots make the playoffs, at least, because they have a quarterback now, which is the only shining light in this organization, is Drake May, basically. But not much confidence, because unless they do it right, there's really no reason to be confident in them. And it is just wild what a struggle it has been for this organization to recover from losing Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. And after yesterday, Bill Belichick and Tom Brady each won their divorce with the Patriots. Both of them now, even though Belichick is not back in the NFL and Brady is retired, but he then won a Super Bowl without them. But Belichick he has a job, and his successor with the Patriots does not. So I think both of them won this, and it's very difficult for the Patriots to move forward from both of them, but they have to figure it out, because you have to keep going. And very little confidence, I think many people have, because this is a disaster. The whole thing is a disaster. So confidence level 0, not midnight. And they have to prove. They have to prove now that they can be able to redeem themselves and this team from just an absolute disaster of a season.
Lucy, before we let you go, we got a couple minutes here, and I think it was on TikTok, and it was like the prediction for 2025, and I cackled because it was like, I'm probably wrong here, it was like Lucky Leaf and then something, and then it was weightlifting and casket. So I'm like, casket. So Lucy's going to hit the gym, she's going to work out really hard, and then die. That's what I took. What, am I wrong? What in the world?
Well, here's the thing, Jinx. I don't know either. What is that? So this filter on TikTok, which I could find quite fun, it was just a mishmash, a cosmic gumbo of things that will happen to me this year. And it ended with death. And I was like, I think I said at the end, I hope so. It was bizarre. It was a bit like, I'm going to be like, get stronger than I've ever been, like weightlift, and then just like pass away. I don't know. But here's the thing I thought of after. I was like, well, they do have something in mind when they put this together or something. I don't know what it is. It wasn't in the middle. What if it was like Lucky Leaf, casket, weightlifting? Like, that wouldn't make any sense. So at least it had a nice little narrative to it. But I don't know what that was. But stay tuned, I guess.
Well, here's how I think here's how you spin it. Like, if you're a fortune teller, you're like, well, it's symbolic. It's the death of something. Maybe it's not you, but maybe the death of a chapter of your life. So that's how you spin it.
Correct. And then what? You have to stay tuned for the next filter on TikTok, because those are definitely accurate. Definitely mean something. Though they are kind of fun, and you get to choose the song with them. Super easy. Just pop it up on TikTok, gets a lot of views. So I found those to be quite successful. If not,
Lucy, great to see. Yeah, well, I'm hoping it's incorrect. I'm hoping the casket is absolutely incorrect. Yeah, Great to see her on a Monday. She is Lucy Burge. Make sure you check her out across the BetQL network and on Back to the Futures each Sunday night. Lucy, thanks so much.
Thank you, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Coming up next on the show, a new week means a chance to make some new money, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to wipe the slates clean and tell you our favorite bets of the day. Where are we going to go? No football tonight? Maybe some basketball, maybe some hockey, maybe Chelsea's got some college hoops. We'll talk about that next on the Daily Tip from BetQL. It is presented by BetMGM.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetQL network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetQL Network, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show, the Daily Tip from BetQL, presented by BetMGM. Great to have you with us for our final hour. And a special welcome to all of our viewers on X. We've been streaming during our final hour. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Got your best bets of the day coming up shortly. So, Chelsea, what is on the docket for you? I am completely snowed in. Like, the snow is still coming down. I don't know when this is going to let up. I'm working from home until we can make it into the studio, but I don't know how many inches that we have gotten. I need to check the Daily Tip 9,000 Doppler. It has to be at least like, it has to be like 5 or 6 inches. It's wild right now.
I'm very jealous. We have gotten only a dusting of snow here, which means we get to see snow, but you can't do anything with it. Like, let me ask you this. When's the last time you made a snowman or did a snow angel or even made a snowball? Are you going to do this today?
You know what? I think I will. I think what we're going to do is, honestly, because the lovely Catherine and I have been talking about this is when you get in a hot tub. You know what I mean? When it's snowing outside and there's snow all around and then you're sitting there and it's like 100 degrees. Like, this is the best time to do it. So she's working from home. I'm working from home. I think we make a couple hot toddies, this afternoon. Wipe the snow off, pull off the cover, get in there and try and stay warm. You know what? That's exactly what I'm going to do. It's already decided.
But how do you feel when you get out, though? Like, that's the problem.
Not great.
Like, getting into the hot tub sounds amazing, but if you don't have like a hot shower close to you, like within indoors, that walk is going to be miserable.
It's super quick, which is a good thing. Like, the door is right there, but you're not wrong. That's the worst part is, like, it's all good. And then you sit there and you're like, okay, how are we going to manage getting out and then freezing immediately? I mean, the door's right there, which is good. But here's the thing. The lovely Catherine goes inside and I'm like, okay, I have to maneuver this hot tub cover and get it on. And it's kind of heavy, right? And it's kind of in a tight spot, so I'm kind of the only one who can do it. So I can assure you that standing out there, just in a swimsuit in the freezing cold when it's 19 degrees outside and there's snow everywhere for a couple minutes trying to get that cover on, it's not the best part. It's not great.
Yeah. I don't go outside in this type of weather unless I have like gloves, hat, double socks. I don't like being cold.
Well, you know what? Like we were talking about earlier, this is your chance to start crocheting, to start knitting, pull out some yarn.
What the people want.
You know what we could do? We could have blanket tracker. And then each day you add a little bit more. By the end of January, you're good to go. I can tell by your facial expression. You hate this idea.
Yes, Jenks. If I need to do something that makes me even more boring. Because here's the thing. Like, I'm already a boring person that's doing boring things. I don't need to be more boring. So I'm already watching birds. I'm already like a suburban housewife. Already, like, my favorite activity today is going to be taking a nap. So I don't know. I probably need to do something more exciting, not something more boring.
Dude, that sounds freaking awesome. I love a good nap. That's not boring at all. Okay, that's a power move. You're like, yeah, I got a lot of stuff to do, but guess what? Mama's going to have a drink and take a nap. That's the least boring thing I've heard all day long. And by the way, when I'm done, I'm going to wake up and I'm going to win some bets. How does that sound? See, you just got to flip it.
Sounds aggressive. Sounds aggressive, Jenks, but it's fine. Yeah, I'm looking forward to my nap, and I can't wait to get underneath my heated blanket, which is also the other highlight of my day.
Hell yes. That's what I'm talking about. Heated blanket, maybe a drink later, and we'll win some cash. Coming up next on BetQL Daily, Odyssey insider Jason Lockard-Ford will be along. He'll talk about Week 18 in the NFL, and Lock is always good about giving out early picks. So if you'd like to jump on numbers early on and say, okay, I like this, I like that, he's one of the guys you want to listen to, so stick around for that. If you just missed our conversation with Lucy Burge, you know she always has an opinion when it comes to Boston sports, and she gave us her insight on Gerard Mayo getting the axe in Foxborough. Now we're seeing Doug Peterson fired in Jacksonville. However, the Giants have announced they are keeping Brian Dable as their head coach. Man,
I'll tell you what, these stories are going to evolve and change throughout the day. We'll keep you updated on those here on the BetQL Network. But if you missed that interview with Lucy, you can check that out by downloading and subscribing to the Daily Tip wherever you get your podcasts. All right, it is that time of day. We looked over all the numbers. We've come up with our favorite bets, so let's get to them.
Time to place your bets.
Let me just say, maybe you should take more naps, Chelsea. You went, 4-1 last week? Nice winning week, crushed over the weekend. What do you have for us today?
Yeah, because I got to bet on football. Today I have to bet on basketball. I'm betting on the NBA. Lord, please find some favor for me, because normally the NBA is not where I like to bet. But today we're going to go with the player prop. I'm going to go with Quentin Grimes of the Dallas Mavericks over his points prop of 13.5 for -125. So this is a play on the Mavericks missing their two biggest superstars. Kyrie Irving's out with an illness, and Luka Doncic is on the injured list with a left calf strain. So those two guys aren't playing, and who's been stepping up in the meantime? Quentin Grimes has been one of those guys coming off a season-high 26 points last time around against the Cavs. In this last stretch, he's hit this number in 3 of the last 4. He's scored at least 11 points in 4 straight, and the usage has been there. Somebody who's a plus defender and somebody who's been great at attacking the rim. Going against the Grizzlies tonight, we have a pretty high total in this 1.5. I think it's going to be a good spot for Quentin Grimes to make another case for him to be in the starting lineup without their two superstars. So let's go Quentin Grimes over 13.5 points tonight for -125.
All right. Well, I went back and forth on my favorite bet of the day, and I'm going hockey. I was going to go with the Avs on the money line. They're at home hosting the Panthers, but I chickened out, and now I'm doing Devils three-way money line at the Kraken. It's -120. If you want it on the full game money line, I think it's too expensive. It's -190. I think this is a good bounce back spot for the Devils, who have lost 4 straight. They're a whole lot better than that, and they're coming off a couple bad losses to the Ducks and Sharks, but they face a Kraken squad that averages only 2.88 points per game. So Seattle has a really hard time getting on the board. And the Devils get to face former Capital, Philip Grubauer in net. He has struggled this season. Meanwhile, the Devils going with Jacob Markstrom. He has gone 19-8-2 this season with a goals against average of 2.18 and a save percentage of 911. Good chance for Jersey to get back on the right side. Devils in regulation, -120 is the call, Chelsea.
It's nice that you have hockey, something you feel confident in, because right now, confidence level in betting on basketball is not great for me. So I've got to get more into college hoops. I was looking at one game, the Rutgers and Wisconsin game, but after a bunch of research that I did, I still don't feel strongly on a side. So it's not going to make the card for me, but I am doing the grunt work now, so maybe later I'll have some good bets the rest of the week in college hoops.
You don't want to throw out just a lean, just maybe something you're looking at? Doesn't have to be official.
Jenks, I didn't even want to bet on one thing today. I'm not going to lie, the slate's not great. College hoops has maybe 8 games. NBA is NBA. Enough said. So it's just not the best slate for betting.
No, I get that. And I'm the same way, especially when you're used to betting on football. And I do hockey, which everyone knows, but when you sort of start to transition to another sport, you want to have a bigger sample size. And so it makes it tough early on. And then later on, you have a bigger sample size, but the lines are sharper. But, that's part of the challenge. Okay, as you can tell, today I'm at home. Normally I'm in studio with the Donkster, but it is a snow day. We're snowed in here in D.C. However, we're going to bring in the Donkster via phone. I like that the graphic says son of Jinx. I had not seen that before. If you don't know, if you're watching us on X, the Donkster is my son. He's an inflatable donkey. He's not the sharpest guy, but he hands out picks each and every day and represents the BetQL Network. Donkster, what's going on?
Good morning! It's crazy outside. Some people say it's a blizzard or a snowstorm. I call it a winter wonderland. I'm playing in it right now.
Oh, so you're outside?
I am. I'm calling using my Motorola Razr. It fits perfectly inside my donkey pouch.
Wow. Well, that's It's gross. I don't know if that even exists.
And I'm about to make a snow bunny.
Oh, well, that sounds like fun.
And then when I'm done, I'm gonna call my personal snow bunny Lucy.
Oh, no. And there it goes.
Only you could turn. There it is. Only you could turn a snow day into something pervy. Please give us your favorite bet of the day.
Chelsea, we're both playing the NBA. Mavericks at Grizzlies. Under 223.5.
Okay, there you go. Want to follow the Dockster? It's one of the BetQL 5-star best bets today. Well, guess what's coming up next? Our good buddy Joe O on BetQL Daily. And let me tell you something. No one has been a bigger fan of the end of the NFL than Joe Ostrowski. Joe O,
Yes.
Good morning. What's happening on this Monday? How are you?
Yeah, very much so. Because now we get to go to Super Wild Card Weekend. It's going to be awesome. And we got the Thursday, Friday college games, Thursday through Monday. Oh, I mean, that's why we're here. That's why we do this for a living. It's going to be fantastic. It is.
You don't do this for like Cubs Rockies on like August 1st. Like that's what I'm here for. Let me ask you this. All jokes aside, I thought that week 18 was more entertaining than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, but how low was that bar going into the weekend? Like it was the lowest, right? It was a little bit better. It was. I was laughing yesterday on BetMGM Game Day. They usually save the good games for the end. And, of course, everybody was talking a lot about Minnesota-Detroit, and that was a little disappointing. I think we thought it was going to be better. But it was like, okay, what's the second best game that we're going to end with? Dallas? Like Washington? Like that was in the team picture as what was supposed to be one of the better games. But we got our matchups, and I'm excited. We got a couple of large point spreads here. Couple rookie quarterbacks, which some people like to fade. A lot of intriguing matchups, some that we've already seen in the regular season. So it's best time of the year, guys.
Joe, look at this. From I'm over it to best time of the year. That's what I'm talking about. Have a great show, Joe. We appreciate it. That's going to do it for us on this edition of the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Have a great Monday.
You've been listening to The Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
This is BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Panayotovich. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
So 4th and 2. And the Lions go for it. The Vikings bring it. Heat the pass is a touchdown to Gibbs. And 1st and goal. And the inside run for Gibbs. Still going to the goal line. Number 4 on the night.
You guys look like you remember who the you are. Yeah, that was awesome. That's a hell of a win, guys. All I can think about is, man, we've been forged in this stuff now. This has been 3 years in the making. Some of it 4. Like, that just doesn't happen. You got to work through it, grind through it, and go through the downs to get to the ups of where we're at. That was unbelievable, man. Division winners, back-to-back seasons, and the #1 seed.
Welcome into BetQL Daily. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich. You know what we're going to be talking about, these wild card matchups that we've got. Wild card weekend just around the corner. It's a Monday, so we'll have a case of the Mondays. I think Jason Lockenford will drop by as well. College football playoff picks back up on Thursday and Friday. We're getting more firings in the NFL. It is not just the New England Patriots. We've got more news to get to today. And Sam, you're back at home. Familiar surroundings there. How was the trip? How you feeling?
I slept in my own bed for the first time since December 21st.
Mm-hmm.
Feels so good. Stepped on the scale. Not good. But it's good to be back.
I'm putting it off. I think I'm going to do it after the show.
I did it this morning. Don't recommend it unless you're mentally prepared for it. I might be on the Russell Okung diet for the next 30 days. Remember he had that diet where he just drank water and nothing else?
Fasted.
Just water.
Kevin James.
Nothing but water.
Yeah, Kevin James, I saw him do an interview. He said he did a 40-day fast. I'm like, what? Just water, no food? Like, I guess the human body, you can do it, but I've done like 3 days, and that's death. So I couldn't imagine what 40 days would be like with just electrolytes. So what a disaster. What a great day, though. I mean, we wake up, you're feeling at home, comfortable surroundings. We're getting ready for wild card weekend. We got all week to do that. I mentioned the college football playoff. For me, the kids going back in school after what felt like a 3-month break. Like, good times, man. I mean, so this is the first time we're going to have this. We'll go over all the games, the results, and of course, we'll preview these wildcard games all day, all week on the show, on the network. But these 5 days, the 2 playoff days, rolling right into the 3 NFL playoff days, from college to the NFL. Boy, I think out of habit, most of us would say that the 4 best days on the sports calendar are the first 4 days of March Madness. And some golf fans would argue the Masters is great, or that time of the year is great with baseball starting. All very valid points. I hope that when we're back here next Monday, next Tuesday, that we're saying, oh, this is the best part of the sports calendar. These 5 days. I mean, you want to talk about a betting palooza? There's no reason to go anywhere but the BetQL network over the next couple weeks.
There's no reason to leave the house after Thursday afternoon. Right. Here's the schedule. So Thursday night, Notre Dame, Penn State. Friday, Ohio State, Texas. Saturday, Chargers at Texans, Steelers at Ravens. Sunday, Broncos at Bills, Packers at Eagles, Commanders at Bucks. Monday night, he didn't finish the schedule off. That's the he has Lions/Vikings. Obviously, that's not right. That was Jimmy Traina's tweet as of last night. So I flubbed that a little bit. The point is, you got football Friday, Saturday, awesome Sunday, games. Monday, and Thursday. So Don't leave the house.
Yep, absolutely. All right, we got to start with the highlight there coming in. It was a game that everybody was looking forward to, and it was a bit of a disappointment results-wise. However, the opportunity was there for the Vikings again and again and again. I had some moments where I was wondering, was that Staley on the sideline or Kevin O'Connell? Because he was kind of flip-flopping, and he was kind of wrecked in his brain, it felt like, because he hadn't seen his offense struggle like this in high leverage moments. And that's exactly what happened. And you're doing it against a rival. You're doing it on the road against a team that has not been able to stop anybody, ravaged by injuries on that side of the ball all season long. But that was the story of the game, Sam. I'm not sitting here saying, oh, you know what? It was bad luck. Detroit, give them full credit. And you want to look at that defense, the return of Anzalone, clearly a big boost to that defense. They're sitting there wondering if the Terrion Arnold is going to be another bad injury for them on that side of the ball. But, man, Gibbs and that defense did a terrific job. But you've got to point to Minnesota. And I guarantee you up in the Twin Cities, what they're freaking out about right now is a conversation we've had many times and everybody has had. Do you trust Arnold? Do you trust Darnold completely? Because he was awful last night.
He was. Red zone offense, atrocious. 0 for 3 in the first half and just couldn't cross the goal line. They get stuffed the first try, then get 2 field goals, could never get on top of Detroit, who took the early lead 7-0, 7-6. Then it's 10-6. It just like, it was one of those games where they could never silence the crowd, right? They could never quite shut that building up. And there are no excuses. I mean, look, I'm not a big macro guy in terms of how I view Detroit. That's a talented roster. The GM's done a good job. The coach did a tremendous job yesterday. I mean, he outcoached O'Connell, no doubt, including that 4th down on the first scoring drive when they decided to go for it, 4th and short. They go for it, they get it, then they score the touchdown. He set the tone. And I'm not going to say that O'Connell wasn't ready for the moment because I don't think it was all on O'Connell in the first half. Darnold just missed throws. I mean, how many times did Jefferson touch a ball or a pass in the end zone? Just couldn't haul it in and get the feet down. And I was watching our friends Drew Dinsick and Andy Molitor at half. They do the deep dive pod at the half of every primetime game. And Andy made a very astute point, I thought. They should give Sam Darnold an edible at halftime just to calm him down. And I said, that's actually not a bad point. He was hot on his throws. The touch wasn't there.
No.
And that's the type of game you have to have. You have to be under control and calm and ready for the moment. And Sam Darnold was not. All that said, you go halfway through the third quarter last night, it's 10-9. And we pull into the driveway because we leave Pittsburgh about 1 o'clock Eastern. And we're trying to figure out who's going to drive how much and what's the split. And I said, look, I'll drive all day until 8:15 Eastern because I need to watch Lions-Vikings. So she finished the drive, and we got home right around half. And as we're getting everything in the house and unpacking, Goff throws the pick to midfield. And I'm thinking, this is it. This is the drive right here. You're down a point, get in the end zone, hit a home run ball, do something that you've done all season. Never did it. Never did it. And I don't think it was really on the play calling or the coaching schematically. It was on the quarterback. And you don't win, so now you play that Monday night game, which I will correct myself here. The Vikings play the Ramley on Monday night. How could I forget that one?
It's a good one.
And Detroit gets the number 1 overall seed. Congrats to them. Congrats to their team. Congrats to their coach. Congrats to their fans. A lot of DMs last night. Told you, grrr! Like, okay, win something. Please win something, or I will go off on all of you. Please win. And now guess what? Because you won on Sunday night and you took care of business, you only need to win 2 games to get to the Super Bowl.
Vikings offense inside the 10 last night. 1 point per possession. They got in there 3 times, and they had 3 points. Darnold, 1 for 9. It was, okay, if you go to the first time, run, pass, pass, pass. Okay, 3 passes from the 3. It was pass, pass, pass. Then they settled for a field goal. And then it was run, pass, 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 all from the 2. But yeah, the touch, you're dead on. When Jefferson was open in the corner of the end zone, that was the one. It's like, okay, He couldn't complete that one. I was like, man, I don't know that it's going to happen. But Campbell was, I think, spot on. And maybe Campbell's our guy. He's fading the Ramley. He tells Kevin O'Connell immediately after the game, we'll see you right here in 2 weeks. Because that means the Vikings are going to the Rams and they're going to win. So maybe Campbell's our guy. Said he caught it on Mike right away. Well, I'll see you in 2 weeks, because that's what that game meant. It's most likely going to be a replay, right? We're going to see this again. That's what last night was. Where was the game going to be? Assuming that you take down the 4 seed on the road, that it's going to be the 5 at the 1. Is it going to be in Minnesota? Is it going to be in Detroit? And that's what last night decided.
And we will break down all these games, obviously, in depth, not only today, but for the next 5 days. But let's just run through the lines real quick. If you've been living under a rock, here are the lines for the games in the wild card. So BetMGM has Chargers -3 at Houston, total 43.5. Baltimore is at home Saturday night, BetMGM -9.5, total 45. That's Baltimore-Pittsburgh. You've got 3 games on Sunday. Gerch is busy on the 1s and 2s here. Sorry, Gerch. Buffalo -9 against Denver, total 47.5. Philly, Green Bay in Philly. BetMGM, Philly -5, 46.5. Sunday night, really good game. Tampa, Washington. Tampa Bay -3. BetMGM total 50.5. And Monday night, Minnesota at the Ramley. Vikings -2.5. 47.5. Again, we'll break these games down. Wanted to get all those lines out there. Anything you know you're going to bet from those, 6 games?
I want to see the health status of these Packers. Like, that's pretty big. I was looking at Philadelphia, and I think Buffalo is going to stomp Denver. How about you?
Philly Moon, for sure.
Yes.
Philly Moon.
Yeah.
I love that team. That's our only hope to knock off Detroit. And I have Philly to win the NFC to begin with, so my bread's already buttered there. Philly is a big step up. I think people don't underestimate, or people don't realize exactly how good Philly really is, and they do underestimate the Eagles. So we shall see.
They're going to put that Baltimore line in a spot where we're going to have to really consider Pittsburgh. It's already just about there. It's going to hit 10, right?
10 at Pinnacle right now.
Yeah, it's already there. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be a long conversation. We'll break down the NFC. We'll have a segment breaking down all the NFC games, a little more detail, AFC as well, college football playoff. We'll go over Black Monday. Mentioned we have another firing this morning. Doug Peterson out. They end up keeping the general manager. But Sam, we can go over some of the stuff that went down over the weekend quickly in this spot. I mean, there's a number of places to go, but as long as we bring up the Mayo thing, what Patriots? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I know it's not the year where they're going to back up the truck and give up everything for the number 1 pick, but Joe Milton goes out there, he balls out. May only plays in 1 series. That was the theme of the day in a lot of different spots, but the Patriots end up taking down the Buffalo Bills. And with that, they lose the number 1 overall pick. It goes to Tennessee. Looking at the Tennessee injury report, and we were talking about it on BetMGM Game Day yesterday, I was like, oh, they're angling for this. They think the Patriots might be dumb enough to win. And then Tennessee got the job done. People couldn't wait to lay it. Lay it with the worst team ever against the spread with the Tennessee Titans. I thought that was hilarious yesterday. And Houston plays their starters for 1 series. They get the touchdown. Their backups do well. Titans get the number 1 pick. Patriots do not. Mayo fired right after walking away from the podium.
They had to tell him before the game in New England, not win this game. Do not win this.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes out, Patriots win it. Hours later, he's fired.
Yep.
The number 1 overall pick in a season where everything went wrong. You had a chance to either pick number 1 or trade number 1 for a boatload of assets. You win a meaningless game against Mitch Trubisky with the stadium half empty, and you go from picking first to picking, fourth now?
Mm-hmm.
Why did the Patriots win yesterday? Why did the Jets win yesterday? Why did the Bears win yesterday? Which we alluded to on Friday. The Bears are dumb enough to go into Green Bay and win and go from what? Bears could have picked 6th or 7th. Now you pick 10th. Some people would say you play to win the game. All right, I guess. Awful win by the Patriots, though. Just awful.
Oh, Bears fans were screaming at me yesterday because they were celebrating that win with the game-winning field goal, and my initial response on X was, that's unfortunate. Watch them keep Thomas Brown. This family is so dumb. They rarely beat the Packers. They had the long losing streak, but they are irrelevant today. We're going to break down the NFC wildcard matchups next. Joe Sammy P, you've got the BetQL Network.
You're listening to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
mentioned that you're a builder, but is there anything else you feel that you specifically bring of value to the Cowboys organization if you were to come back here after your contract expires?
I understand why you ask the questions. I don't like to talk about myself that way, but I'll just be clear. I'm a winner. I know how to win. I've won a championship. I won a championship in this building, and that's who I am. So, and we'll see where it goes.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Ah, hilarious. Keep on groveling. Mike McCarthy there after the game yesterday of the Dallas Cowboys. For the moment, we wait on Dallas. We wait on Vegas. But we've got news that is trickling out. So we're going to push back our NFC wildcard preview just a little bit before we get more in depth on that one, because we're getting some news on this Black Monday. And I expect this to be the case, this to continue throughout the rest of the show, Sam. We knew about the early ones. The Jets jumped out ahead it early in the year. New Orleans did as well. So did Chicago. And then we had mentioned right after the game that New England decides to make that move. If we break that one down for a second before we get to the others, I agree with that decision. I'm a little surprised that the owner, Kraft, was willing to admit that mistake immediately. It was kind of funny that he had a letter to the fans, press release, whatever you want to call it. The statement was ready to go as soon as Mayo stepped away from the podium. This was not crafted during the game. This was written before the game. I think anybody with any sense realizes that this decision was made well ahead of time, and he's not going to react in the moment. But I think he did the right thing. That organization knows what greatness looks like. You never want to be the guy after the guy. Mayo was the guy after the guy. And this is a perfect example of why you don't want to be in that position. And it sucks to be compared to Belichick, but how do you escape it being in New England? If you know he's not going to develop as the guy. And I think the other reason is, like, look, he's not an offensive mind that you're really going to regret letting out of your organization. That's just how things are looked at right now. Just to admit the mistake, rip the Band-Aid off instead of wasting another year of Drake May. I agree with the call. How about you? You're in the New England area. You hear it all the time. Nonstop Patriots coverage. What did you think of it?
I knew guys calling for Mayo's job 6 weeks ago. So this is not surprising at all. And you're going to hear a very common name from several people out here in Boston, Mike Vrabel. That's been talked about, ruminated for the last, 48 hours or so. Going into the game, I was hearing Mike Vrabel and seeing Mike Vrabel on text threads. And I saw one of the threads took a photoshopped image of Vrabel wearing a Patriots fleece and sent that in the chat. So that's who they want out here. Remember, we had a conversation late August, early September. We were trying to calculate the drop-off from Belichick to Mayo. And we didn't really know what to do because it's incalculable. How much is this coach worth and how much is this coach worth? It's very hard to put a number on it or a value on it. But we had said like 2 wins, I think, is the answer that we got to.
Yeah.
That's basically exactly what the drop-off was from last year to this year. Now, you had a rookie quarterback, and that has to count for something. But Belichick did keep a lot of things in order, and they were never unprepared going into Sundays. We can all agree on that. I mean, Belichick, as maybe tone deaf as he got in that room and as stale as some of the things got in terms of like player development, they were still always prepared and they were always coached well. They made adjustments at half. We saw the opposite of that with Gerard Mayo. So give them credit, I guess, for moving on and knowing when to move on. But also let's bong them for making the move to begin with. I mean, you thought that guy was an NFL head coach? Shame on you. And the coordinator, Alex Van Pelt? Please, give me a break. But they had no weapons. They had no protection. The defense had gotten older. The roster is the problem. The coach isn't the problem. The roster is the problem, which, again, goes back to Belichick and his inability to find talent, develop talent. Belichick got the roster to this point, and Mayo had no chance. So they never gave the guy a chance to succeed. And that, a lot of reasons, is because of Belichick. So it's a fascinating situation. And to be honest with you, I don't feel bad at all. That team ran the show for 2 decades. Let's see them lose for a few years and how those fans turn on the team. Good.
Thank you.
Sign me up.
Yes, I agree 100%. All right, the news that I was alluding to, Giants. Not sure what they were going to do. Well, they've made their announcement. Now we know. They're keeping everybody. They're keeping Dayball. They're keeping the GM. I cannot wait to see the rant that goes out there from You Better You Bet today. I think it's hilarious. It is a short period of time, just a few years. Shane and Dayball, they bring them in. But with some of the moves and the thought process, I thought Shane would be gone. How most organizations work is they usually give the GM a couple of coaching hires. You get multiple quarterbacks. And it looks like that's what Mara's decided. I just thought with the offseason Hard Knocks and all the drama around Saquon and just how they built this team and some of the decision-making around the quarterback that they now criticize. Like, dude, you paid the guy. You had belief on some level. You were fooled after one season that Daniel Jones was the guy. So let's not sit here and say it's all on him, all on him, all on him. They're running it back. They're running it back. The argument that I do understand, Sam, on this is, does Dayball deserve another quarterback? Do you still believe in him as an offensive mastermind? And they clearly do. And they think that he should get a handpicked quarterback. Okay, I can buy into that a little bit. I can't buy into Shane and how he's building this roster. Look at the direction this team is going after a few years. If you're heading in the wrong direction, you're supposed to be ascending at this point, and it is a sharp decline for the G-men.
I don't like bringing back the GM. Total agreement with you. I think some of the things, though, that play into the decision to bring back Dable is, well, look at what Malik Neighbors did this year. Look at this running back, Tyrone Tracy, we pulled out of nowhere. Look at the production we got from guys that maybe weren't expected to produce the way that they did. Now, they have so many issues with that roster, but the coach and the GM on allied front. So here we go. Who's it going to be quarterback-wise? Who's going to be the quarterback that comes in here in the next 2 years and saves the day? Because according to tankathon.com, Titans pick 1, Browns pick 2, Giants pick 3. And I've got the draft odds up right now. Shador minus 120 to go first. Cam Ward, even money. Travis Hunter, 10-1. If you keep Daboll, ideally you get the next quarterback. But are they going to now reach at 3? Are they going to trade up to 1 or 2? Or are they just going to hope that somebody takes Travis Hunter either first or second and they can take one of those quarterbacks? We don't know. I'll tell you, Michael Penix goes 8th, sort of a shocker in the draft this past year. Michael Penix was throwing freaking rockets yesterday. Michael Penix is gunning the ball down the field. So while the collective draft community might think, oh, it's either Sanders or Cam Ward, maybe Daboll has his eye on somebody else. I guess we'll find out in about 4.5 months from now, 5 months from now. So we'll see. So the count on coaches: Jets, Bears, Saints, Pats, Jags, all gone.
5.
Colts and Giants are back, Steichen and Daboll. And then I wrote 3 teams that are TBD. It's really only one, probably, Raiders. But then 2 surprises that wouldn't really be that surprising: Cowboys and Dolphins. Maybe one of those 2 teams makes a move. But the count right now is at 5. 5 new coaches, ... maybe more.
Miami's keeping everybody. I believe the owner released a statement yesterday, shortly after the game. Yeah, I saw some statement, and it seemed like everybody was staying, head coach, GM. So, yeah, I think you're right. Vegas and Dallas.
Well, not everybody. Tyreek wants out. Did you see that clip after the game?
Whatever.
He said, I'm out, bro.
All right, then he better go. What's he worth now in the open market? You're in that offense? Yeah. I guess I kind of understand a little bit. Under the radar, that guy is probably going to get fired very soon. Very soon. And maybe people would point to and say, well, the health of the quarterback, there are other reasons. Look at how bad they are when the quarterback isn't out there. Really good coaches, especially offensive ones, find a way at some point with some of the backups. McDaniel's like, oh, hands up. We don't have Tua. Everything falls apart. It's not my fault. Oh, yes, it is, buddy. You've got to fix everything.
He called that
is your job.
He called that game like a bitch yesterday. He totally did.
Playoffs on the line,
it's a
too.
must-win game. It's a must-win game for them. And granted, you're going up against Denver, and Denver's probably going to beat Kansas City. But you have the opportunity to set the tone early because Rodgers throws the pick on the very first drive, and you get inside the 10, you get to the 7. It's 0-0. You need to win this game. If you don't win, you're not going to the playoffs. Granted, you need help to get in. On 4th and 2 at the 7-yard line, Mike McDaniel decides, field goal. And they kick the field goal. And from that point, the Jets took control. So, that moment proved to me, at least, that this guy is just, he's not who everybody talked about him to be. He's not this offensive wizard. He's got a good quarterback and 2 elite receivers. And guess what? They're missing the playoffs. Now, Tua missed a whole lot of time this year. But any Dolphins fans listening right now, are you confident that this is your guy to get you to the next level? How many times do we anoint these offensive wizards in year 1 or year 2 that, this is the future of this, and they're going to change the game? Not really. Not really. And decisions like that, there were several times this year when McDaniel needed a yard or 2 yards, and he flubbed it. Whether he decided to kick the field goal or hand the ball to the slow fullback and not give Tyreek the ball and not give Waddle the ball. Nah, man, he regressed this year. Mike McDaniel regressed. He had a really good season the year before. This year, with more tape and more film and more eyeballs on what he does or doesn't do, it went south this year. It didn't go north. It went south.
Mm-hmm. I'm saying it's over. And what I mean by that is, I know we usually get more firings than we expect. That always seems to be the case. A lot of times we get 7 and we're shocked. And I'm looking at the situations with Vegas and Dallas as the ones that stand out. I think we're done at 5. I think this is the list. Jets, Saints, Bears, Patriots, Jaguars. I'm just thinking about the Raiders, and Mark Davis is going to do it again after bringing in a guy for 1 year. And the argument would be that his team is still playing hard for him, and he has not had a professional quarterback. And I could get behind that a little bit. And Jerry doesn't want to make change. And McCarthy doesn't make any waves. And you could point to the Dak injury. I don't think Jerry wants to make a change. And I don't think Davis really wants to make a change. And it's a little unfair, even though I don't believe Pierce is a guy. I don't think anybody believes Pierce is a guy. But I could see him getting a second season. I think we're done here at 5. Could be wrong. How about you?
Raiders have to make a move. So naturally they won't.
Yeah.
You set the number 6.5. That's a good number, and it's probably going under.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. What we're also getting word on are interviews. That information is starting to come out here. BetQL Daily, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. And we're trying to pass all of the info that we see along that is out there. And it's interesting. Deanna Rossini reporting this. So the Jets, one of those openings, one of the earliest opening, and it's not even close, that they are going to, it sounds like they're going to interview Aaron Glenn, defensive coordinator of the Lions. Not expected to pursue OC Ben Johnson. How do you say, hey, Lions, we want to talk to your coach, Glenn, not Johnson?
Wow. I saw a story over the weekend that basically paired Ben Johnson with the Jacksonville Jaguars. And if any Bears fans saw that story, I imagine the anger level was rising quickly because reportedly Ben Johnson wants to get his hands on Trevor Lawrence. Okay. Have fun.
Something. When I heard that report, the first thing that I thought of, it wasn't Bears related or any of these other teams. It was, okay, this is a guy that has passed up other opportunities. He's waited. He's wanted to stay in Detroit. And we hear reports that he's not very good as an interviewer. I was wondering, maybe he just wants to be in a small market and he doesn't want that high pressure situation and he wants a decent quarterback given the list here. Like maybe that's kind of what he's looking for. Instead of the major market, going against his former team a couple times a year, the drama, the noise. I don't know. Maybe that's the case. All right, coming up, Case of the Mondays, Jason Lockenfora, top of the hour, BetQL Daily on the BetQL Network.
You're listening to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Yes, I know.
Monday morning, I fly out the door.
I gotta get out of here. I think I'm gonna lose it.
Uh-oh. Sounds like somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
Sounds like a case of the Mondays.
I scream all alone.
Does anyone ever say to you, sounds like someone has a case of the Mondays?
No, man. I believe you get your ass kicked saying something like that, man.
I hear the boss is in a bad mood again. 6 cups of coffee.
Got to be honest with you guys. We don't lie to you. We don't try to build something up when it's just not there. We were talking about it during the break. We're in good spirits here as we are entering what we believe could be the 5 best days on the sports calendar, given the Final Four of the college football playoff and super wild card weekend. What we're going to see when Saturday, Sunday, and then carrying it over to Monday. We were going over a few different things, and we're in good spirits, man. The regular season, I am quite thankful that the regular season is over. Like, they've been making fun of me on the morning show about it. Like, I hate football. That is far from the case. Listeners to this show understand that I probably talk too much football in the summer. So I'm the last person that hates football. I haven't enjoyed this regular season at all. Some of it is results-based. Like, you can't shy away from that. And as they extend the season more and more every year, and it certainly feels like the momentum to extend it even further, so we get that Super Bowl on President's Day weekend. It feels like that's going to happen. We're already in a spot where the season's too long. But I guess, Sam, we could make the case for any sport. Baseball's regular season is too long. I think the NBA, when you're starting in November and you're ending in April, that's probably a little bit too long, but it's just not something that's going to go in the opposite direction because these ownership groups make too much money. But Sam, I know you saw something that I did not see reported enough, not wildly reported in any sense, kind of flew under the radar, which is just a guy that is viewed as kind of evil by some NFL fans. The decision he made with a contract on a day where we are discussing incentives and $500,000 here, this guy just got $250,000. Many of those did come through. There was one owner that's truly a snake in the grass for something that he did.
Initial report was that Jerry Jones will avoid paying Cooper Rush $550,000 by not starting him in Week 18. That was the initial report because Rush had a clause in his contract that said if he reaches this amount of snaps, he'll get X amount of money. And I don't have the contract in front of me. I'm not privy to what the number was. But the initial report was if Rush reaches this amount of snaps, he'll get $550,000 large. So they asked Jerry about that after the game, Jerry Jones, owner of the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. And he basically said, I wasn't aware. And then he said he didn't know the number, but then he knew the number, and he said the number was a lot less. So he didn't know, but he knew, but that's not why he benched Cooper Rush. Yeah, okay. Imagine being Cooper Rush, a career backup quarterback, who's filled in valiantly for Dak Prescott. I mean, he took the baton, maybe didn't run with it, sort of waddled with it, but he took his lumps. He's played with bad players. No running back room. CeeDee Lamb on the shelf. The line not great. He's been a soldier for them. And they decide going into Week 18, we're going to play Trey Lance. Now, was it $250,000? Was it $550,000? Does it matter? That guy had an incentive coming, clearly. And the Cowboys decided, nah, we want to see what Trey Lance has. Okay. Sure you do. That's why he's been on the bench all season. But you want to see what he's got in Week 18? Uh-huh. Who's buying that one?
I mentioned this in passing last week when talking about the Dallas-Washington game. Do you remember what McCarthy said last week when he was asked about who's playing and what's the split going to be?
I don't.
It was, and it was just a little note that I saw and passed it along a couple of times. I didn't think too much of it. But then it came into clear focus when you sent me this story. McCarthy was quoted as there was a lot of speculation about what are they going to do at quarterback? Is this going to be a Trey Lance game? Is it going to be a combination, which we've seen in a number of places? Is it going to be starter comes out for one series? We saw that in Houston. We saw that in Buffalo. McCarthy said, I don't want to talk about it. Multiple times last week. Are you starting Cooper Rush? Are you starting Trey Lance? I don't want to talk about it. Split duty, one half, another half for this guy. I don't want to talk about it. He 100% knew, and he was pissed off about it. Cooper Rush he's come in and done great work for this team. It's a bad spot to be in, but as far as backup quarterbacks go, he's done a pretty good job for this organization as they've been dealing with Dak injuries. Not the first time. He knew, totally knew right then and there what Jerry was planning on doing, and he was not happy about it. And we know McCarthy's pulling the strings, but whatever. He's not really. It's all Jerry's decision. Yeah, man. What a piece of garbage. That's awful. How do you feel if you're on that roster? Like, what's the point of having these bonuses, the incentives in my contract? Because I'm not going to be allowed to perform them.
Well, Jerry doesn't care. And that's all that matters there. Because Jerry doesn't care. Nobody's going to say to anything. What's Cooper Rush going to do? Kick the door down and say, hey, old man, I hate your guts. Okay, you're cut. Like, whatever. It's Jerry's.
We want to find out what Trey Lance has. Yeah, we want to see it's for next year. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay.
Paul is telling us, by the way, the Bengals have parted ways with not the head coach, the defensive coordinator, the offensive line coach, the linebacker coach, and the defensive line coach. Not the head coach. So Lou Anarumo, Frank Pollock, James Betcher, Marion Hobby. The big name there is Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator. So 4 coaches gone. Head coach staying intact in Cincinnati, and that's probably because they got hot down the stretch, and there's this optimism there, not to mention Joe Burrow had a career season this year. Joe Burrow played unbelievable. They win 5 games to play out the string, finish strong, optimism, momentum, whatever. But Zach Taylor is staying in Cincinnati. Not really a surprise, given the way that Burrow played, and you bring maybe all the weapons back and you take another crack at it.
Lou Anarumo, 1 year ago, he was getting hyped by some people, which I assume are friends of his, like Michael Lombardi. He was getting hyped as a guy that should get a job. He should at least be interviewed for jobs. And 1 year later, he's fired. He's the reason. That's how it's being painted right now. Because they had such a good defense a year ago, completely falls off the table. His defense is the reason they're not in the playoffs. I mean, that's it. Like I was looking, and we'll talk about it later. I was looking at a lot of these records of the playoff teams against other playoff teams, but I would look at that Cincinnati game, especially those teams in the AFC North, the multiple Cincinnati games that they played. I'm like, this is kind of like playing a playoff team. They just didn't make it because the defense was so bad, and they got out of the gates at a very slow start. We didn't even talk about it as a possibility because we know it's not happening, and it's certainly not happening with the news here. If I were in Cincinnati, I would be calling for Zach Taylor's job. Because once again, we waste a year of Burrow. We waste a year of Jamar Chase. Maybe T. Higgins' last season with the team because you can't get the club ready to start the season. And they talked all off season about getting ready, getting a fast start, being ready for that. And once again, they come stumbling out of the gates, and that's why you're not here for the playoffs.
All right, run it back. See what happens. Another thing I wanted to talk about, and I think there's a lot of relief that we're through the regular season, so we're not angry. I'm not pounding the table. I have no issues with really anything. But I think we have to discuss one more thing about Week 18, the incentive props and the incentive markets. And if you logged into your sports book Sunday morning, odds are good, whichever sports book you use. Even BetMGM had this. A tab called incentives.
So, oh my God.
At that point, 2 hours before kick, understand there's probably not a lot of value left, considering that a sports book is trying to get you to bet into these markets. And it wasn't just MGM. They all did it. If Geno Smith does this, if Zach Ertz does this, here's the price. But Mike Evans, number one, I got asked Friday, Saturday, Sunday by many people, text and DM, Do you like Mike Evans? ? And remember on Wednesday, we discussed his prop, 92.5, 93.5. It closed at one book at 103.5. And I promise you, there were people that were betting that over. Sunday, 10 minutes before kick, 20 minutes before kick. Oh, Mike Evans needs over. Just betting overs. Mike Evans didn't even crack 90. So the books knew that you were going to bet it, and then you bet it all the way up. You bet it up 10 yards. The other one was Derrick Henry. We discussed this early in the week. Derrick Henry to score a touchdown against Cleveland. We discussed it at minus 210, minus 220. By the day of the game Saturday, there was a 280, a 290, there was a 350 at one book. And people were still betting it because, Derrick Henry needs a touchdown. He finally gets one in the fourth quarter. We get lucky, but the messages I'm getting after the second quarter, nice call on Derrick Henry, touchdown. Oh, man.
It was.
He scored two touchdowns. And if you bet a market at minus 210 that gets as high as minus 300 or minus 350, didn't you do your job?
Yep. He had multiple touchdowns in that game. You know, something else to look at, and I know the incentives get all the headlines and the celebration like Von Miller after he got his sack yesterday, and he got, $1.5 million with that one. The milestones are just as important. And the Evans milestone, he shouldn't have even gotten that. They were all losers if you bet the over. So what you need to do is find something where, where it's 85 plus, some books offering that. And he did get there, but they were supposed to take a knee in that spot. They were supposed to take a knee, a call to play only for Evans for him to get that. So I thought that was kind of interesting, but those milestones just as important, a number of spots. But yeah, Derrick Henry goes off in the second half there. A lot of these did get home. Geno, we talked about all of his incentives. He got millions yesterday. Just with Seattle winning, he got $2 extra million, and a few of his came through as well. So some cash, some did not. That's what usually happens when you talk about incentives. All right, Jason Lockenfora, Odyssey NFL Insider. He joins us next. We'll talk about every wild card matchup. Get his initial thoughts right here on BetQL Daily.
You're listening to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. BetQL Daily with you weekday mornings, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time, right here on the BetQL Network. Thanks for hanging out. You can find us on the Odyssey app. Go to BetQLNetwork.com and follow BetQL Network. You could watch us, twitch.tv/BetQL. And we've got all the links to everything. The live shows, the podcast as well on X at BetQL Daily. I'm at Joe Ostrowski, Sam at SP Shoot. Coming up in a few moments, we will check in with our guy, Jason LaConfora, to talk about everything going on with Black Monday and some of these matchups that we already have. Sam, I think it's interesting the movement that we saw in the lines immediately last night. And when we talk about the playoffs, we know these are tight markets. It's tough to find edges after an 18-week season. Were you a little surprised at some of the movement that we saw in some of the games? It was not all. I mean, the opening numbers for side in total have not budged on some, but there were a couple where, boom, you saw people coming in right away on the favorites.
Not on Philly, not one bit. They opened 4 offshore. Vegas opened 4.5. Now we're 5.5. Not really surprising there. And I guess in the case of Baltimore and Buffalo, you want to protect yourself against any of these teasers. So you might as well open them as high as you can. Open them near 10. You know, we saw 8.5, 9. Now we're sitting Baltimore 9.5, Buffalo 9. You realize that you can't quite tease through the 3 with Baltimore and Buffalo. Not that the books solely make the numbers that high to avoid teaser action, but I mean, there's a lot of truth to the fact that let's just make this high enough, you know, not quite 10, 11, but definitely not 7, 7.5. Let's make this a little rich on the favorites because they know the people are going to bet Buffalo, bet Baltimore, put those 2 in money line parlays, and probably if you offer teasers, probably tease both the Ravens and the Bills.
All right, Sam, let's now welcome in Odyssey NFL insider Jason LaConfora. He joins us every Monday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern time. And Jason, a lot of spots to go. We've got lines for all 6 wild card matchups, but a little time for that. Let's start with what is happening with Black Monday. A lot of different reports, people out, coaches, general managers staying, and then some words starting to trickle out about interviews that are going to happen this week with a team like Detroit on a bye and the 2 coordinators that they have. Let's go back to yesterday first. What was your reaction with what New England did? Robert Kraft releases a statement the second that Gerard Mayo walks away from the podium following his post-game presser.
Yeah, I think it's bizarre. I think it's almost borderline shameful. Like this league is so willing to discard certain coaches, and they all seem to look similar. African American coaches, it is just unbelievable to me how little regard there is for their circumstances. And you know, we've seen Steve Wilkes. I mean, there's so many guys. Todd Bowles early in his career, like Houston was going through coaches there, right? And the whole David Culley thing. It's almost like certain guys are hired to be fired, like they're the starter coach, the get me over coach. And this one's truly bizarre because of the way Robert and Jonathan Kraft went about doing this in the first place. And, you know, this was their guy. They wrote it into his contracts that he'd replace Belichick way before they had to. It's not like there was a public outpouring. So if this was their master plan and they had so little conviction in it that he didn't even get a full season with Drake May, because Drake May didn't even, it was Jacoby Brissett in September. Like, what did they think that was going to happen with that roster? Like, who did they think they were going to be? Most people looked at them and said it's a bottom 3 roster in the NFL. They'll be competing for the first overall pick, even if this kid is a pretty good quarterback, and even if they go to him early. Like, the biggest upset of the season still might be them beating Cincinnati week 1. I mean, or one of the biggest upsets, like, especially in hindsight. I'm not saying that he was a great coach, but in 1 year, in 16 games or whatever, 17 games, how good are you supposed to get? I mean, he's literally replacing a legend. Like, he's replacing a guy who was on the cusp of breaking Shula's record there, and he gets 3 months on the job. I mean, 3 full. I mean, what? I don't even. I mean, the first month is the preseason. September, everybody's still just trying to figure out what they are and who they have because nobody plays in the summer. So, I mean, he gets October, November, December, 1 game in January. I don't know where they're going from here or who they think they're going to get. I guess they put the full court press on for Vrabel. It's clear they wanted somebody from their lineage to replace Belichick, right? I mean, Mayo as a player, Mayo as a coach. Now, I know Vrabel wasn't really a coach there, but outside of that, I mean, looking at this field, like who are you doing backflips over? Who do they think is going to immediately turn them around? It's a terrible roster.
I don't remember the last time a coach got the Gatorade bucket after a win in week 1 and then got fired after week 18.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
crazy.
Banana land. But he never had a chance, to your point.
No, apparently. Yeah.
What about the Giants? What the hell is going on there? They're keeping the GM and the coach.
He's a terrible owner. Okay. Like, I wrote about this in the Washington Post recently. If that job were going to open, I had GMs and executives saying that's the worst job because you have to work for this guy who thinks he's a legend, who butts in on everything. You saw Hard Knocks. He thinks he's his dad. He thinks he's from this lineage of great football men. You're a loser. You've done nothing but drag the franchise down. You and the Jets have the 2 worst records in the NFL going back to like 2017, going back to like when you hired McAdoo. Like, you can't get it right. I could spot you 1 to 9 and you're not getting to 10, homie. You're not getting to 10 on your own. You need somebody to hold your hand and try to get you from 9 to 10, and you're still probably not getting there. Like, what has he proven to have any instincts about? Like, what's he good at as an owner? Alienating his fan base, dragging down his brand, institutionalizing buffoonery, looking like a fool in front of TV cameras that you have the right to say what gets on air and what's not, and you still come out of it looking like a fool. Like, I don't know who's in the worst situation there, the Giants or the Jets. Like, I really don't. They're both untenable. They both are incapable of getting out of their own way. I don't know what's worse. Woody spending time interviewing Rex Ryan or this guy on the other part of town saying, nothing to see here, I got my guys. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I don't know.
Yep.
Like, letting Mike Tannenbaum interview Rex Ryan. What planet am I on? Like, but somehow that still seems to me not as perverse as the fraud that the Giants owner is perpetrating on his fan base.
You're on it. We spend so much time talking about, oh, this coach is terrible, this general manager, these players, these quarterbacks. All of these organizations that can't figure it out go to the very tippy top. And okay, you think they're going to get that right ever? All of these decisions and let the right people have control there? No, probably not. What about the ones that we're waiting on? So we've got 5 in: Jets, Saints, Bears, Patriots, and of course the Jaguars news comes out today. We've known that for a number of months. Not a surprise there. The only surprise is that they keep Trent Baalke. Okay. I don't know who's telling you the talent is there, but the owner obviously believes that they have talent. He's getting fooled. He's getting conned there.
Yeah.
But Vegas and Dallas. What? Unless you have some Jaguars thoughts that you wanted to add there.
No,
Vegas and Dallas seems to be the ones we're waiting on.
Look, a lot of when Trent Baalke started doing contract extensions 4 and 5 weeks ago, people around the league were like, "There's either 1 or 2 things going on here. This guy's actually going to keep his job, or Shad Khan is such a buffoon that he's going to let this guy work a roster at the end of a nothing season that he's not even going to get to caretake into 2025." Well, it's clear, unless the coaching search goes so awry that Baalke gets tossed as part of that, and I doubt it. That is what it is. Look, Dallas, I think those 2 are an arranged marriage. Like, McCarthy will have some other options, but none probably better than Dallas. And Jerry has tied one hand behind his back in contract negotiations again. Like, if this is what it was going to come out to be, you should have just done, a fake 3-year extension that's really a 1-year extension with McCarthy coming into the season. Like, because now you're just going to cost yourself more money and probably more leverage. And you'll probably have to give him more real years than you want to, which means on the buyout side of things, you'll have been your own worst enemy there. Boy, if you were going to tell me that the Patriots are going to make a move and the Raiders aren't, I would have said, boy, I think it's going to be the opposite. So maybe my reporting and my feeling is totally off here. People sense around the league who I talk to, but I have a hard time thinking that the Raiders are going to run that back. Like, they already blew up their offensive staff in season. Like, are you handing it over to the Turners? And if you're not, are you going to Antonio Pierce and saying, hey, let's move on to, offensive coordinator number 4, and that's how we're going to bleed in this rookie quarterback? I don't know. I tend to think they make a move. And if they do, I think Mike McCarthy's one of the people they interview. And now Mike McCarthy's got a market. So, Jerry, your price is going up.
Bracket is set. Seeding is set. Kansas City, the one in the AFC. Detroit, the one in the NFC. Which team goes deeper, KC or Detroit?
You have to say KC. I mean, in terms of being the last team standing, right? I mean, that's the furthest you could go because that's all they do is kind of get to the Super Bowl. And unless they're playing Tom Brady, they win it. So I have to say Kansas City, but I mean, I like both their chances. What Detroit did last night was pretty spectacular. I did not think they could D it up like that. And I know they got, a great coverage linebacker back, but I didn't think, like, who's covering Jefferson and who's covering Addison and what happens on 4 Mississippi and how do they get a pass rush unless they blitz? And Sam Darnold had been pretty good against the blitz, not so much last night. So that extra week is everything to them. And, there is all of a sudden Hutchinson's on the sidelines now, right? And maybe that carrot is dangling out there should they reach a championship game or reach a Super Bowl. So they're not going to be an easy out. I mean, they're just not. On the Kansas City side, I mean, could Buffalo go in there and beat them? Yeah. Could Baltimore go in there and beat them? Yeah. Is anybody else going to beat them in a championship game at Arrowhead? I don't think so. And even those two have to, they've got to actually do it.
Is there a bet right now with the current numbers out there? We've got some close point spreads and a couple of big ones, or a total that really jumps out right away that that you're going to be on.
There were a few I jumped on last night that you can still get. You have to pay a little bit of a premium. Like I want the Chargers at 2.5. I know Dicker's a great kicker and everything, but I'd like to get that under 3. At the end of the day, I don't think it matters, but it's only going to go up. So I would go and get that 2.5 now before you have to pay more for it down the road. I jumped the over in the Washington Bucks game. I wondered if it would open at 50. I thought it should. I got it at 49.5. It's still around 50 or 50.5. You just look at those teams and how they match up and what those quarterbacks can do and the flaws in some of those defenses. Neither one's got much of a pass rush. That's a game that I figured I would go over on immediately, and I did. Look, I don't love the 9.5 with Baltimore, but if you think you're going to take the Ravens and you think that they're by far the better team and you think this game could go like it went in Baltimore a couple weeks ago when they played on a Saturday afternoon, you might as well get it under 10. And then some of these other ones, like I just want to see how high it gets with Denver. Like I do like the over in Denver and Buffalo. Josh Allen's 7-3 to the over in the playoffs. Those games average 52 points. But, I want to see where those numbers go. Like, can I get Denver over 10? How much are you going to give me for Green Bay? That thing, is that going to get to 6.5? Like, I'll take it. And same thing with the Rams. I'm just kind of monitoring some of those.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Jason LaConfora, Odyssey, NFL Insider. We go right into Wild Card Weekend. Of course, I'll be doing BetMGM Game Day with him on Sunday morning, Kate Constable as well. All right, Jason, I know it's a busy time for you. Always appreciate you hopping on Monday mornings, and good luck keeping up with the rest of Black Monday. Thank you so much, all right?
Have a great week, gentlemen. Thank you.
All right. Jason La Canfora there. Now, we've been heavy NFL for good reason for the first half of the show, but let's switch gears a little bit. Don't forget, in a few days, on Thursday, we get to the Final Four of the college football playoff. We'll take a look at how those numbers are shaping up and continue to preview those games all week long right here on the BetQL Network.
You're listening to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
The markets are open.
People always ask, well, why should I bet on Monday? Because you have the perfect number in front of you.
And the numbers are moving.
We've seen this total go from 47.
You're dealing with numbers all day long.
To 49, 49 and a half.
Bang, bang, bang.
Now you're getting a field goal in a game that was sit and pick 'em for so long.
Let's dive into some Monday morning market moves.
It's his first day on Wall Street. Give him time.
On BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM.
Bang, bang, bang. That'll get you a penalty in the National Football League. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you. Oh, man, this is so good. So many high leverage moments that we're going to have all week. You're right. You hit it at the top. We're not going to sleep. It's going to be a long time. At least it's not like NBA playoffs where you've got these West Coast games to deal with that you need to react to just a few hours later. At least it's not that. But you're not going to hear any complaints out of us as we are now getting set for Thursday, Friday. For the first time, the Final Four after a number of playoff games. And just from the perspective of these massive games being the most recent games, oh, man, it does seem helpful, Sam, that, okay, we're going to have all of these extra data points in addition to the regular season with these teams coming in. And Thursday is going to be Notre Dame, Penn State, and Ohio State, Texas. Before we get to the current spreads and totals, when you look at the playoff resume of these teams, if we were to power rank in those first couple of rounds, the most impressive team to the least impressive teams that are still alive, I think it would be fairly obvious what you would do. Because the most impressive has obviously been Ohio State, according to everybody. And the betting market told us that by making them, even money favorites at this point. And we walked into the playoffs not knowing who the best team was, that it was all really bunched up. And their opponent, Texas, seems to be clearly the least impressive team in the playoff. And I think you can pick nits and you could say Notre Dame, Penn State, one's 2, one's 3 in either order. But I think that's what really jumps out right now, that the most impressive team in the playoff is facing the least impressive team with Texas, and it's really close between Notre Dame and Penn State. Very similar resumes.
Perceptionally, yes, I agree with you. But I'm having a hard time getting my hands around Ohio State being 6 points better than Texas on a neutral.
Yep. Yeah.
And you go back to your ratings and your numbers do tell a story. You have to make adjustments to your numbers. If you don't, you die. You adapt or die, move your numbers or you're cooked. That said, coming into the playoff, let's just go back to mid-December. So 3 weeks ago, I had Ohio State 1 point better than Texas. Now they're 6 points better. And look, that could be true. And I think the one school of thought that I heard over the weekend is very interesting. Ryan Day and Chip Kelly just playing possum all season and not showing you anything. If that's the truth, then yes, this adjustment is probably fair. If they purposely didn't show you any of the passing game that they showed you against Tennessee and in their second game, okay, I guess I'll meet you at 6. But, I mean, it just feels like they played 2 A games in a row against Tennessee and Oregon. And while they could do it again, this number is just a little high for me. I bet some 6 on Texas. There was a 6.5 at MGM on Friday. That is now gone. I don't see another 6.5. It's all 6, and there's a 5.5. That feels a little high to me, man. It just does. I mean, are you willing to upgrade Ohio State 5 points in 2 games? Now, it's probably a combination of the two. You move Ohio State up, and perhaps you drop Texas a little bit. But Texas also had a 16-point lead on Arizona State with 7-8 minutes to go.
Yes.
So we are really getting far on the Ohio State side. And it's not to say that the Buckeyes can't win by 7, because they could very easily do so. 7 is not a big landing spot in a football game. A touchdown is literally worth 7 with the extra point. it still feels high, man. To me,
you could do that in overtime. That's where I was going to go. There's a lot there, but that's where I was going to go. Does Ohio State have to play their A game to cover this number? With what we've seen from this team, maybe not. Maybe not. But I was also going to make that point. While I'm the person that just said that the least impressive team, but I think everybody would agree with this, in the playoff of these remaining four would be Texas, you still look at it and say, well, they weren't all that great against Clemson. Look at what Klubnik did. And wow, I mean, that was the best game of the year that he had. Like, that was the best performance by a quarterback that we've seen against Texas all season long. Like, a lot was said. They still won by 2 touchdowns. And with 10 minutes left in that game, Texas had the chance. Now, Sark's been criticized for this, and I think justly. Sark had the opportunity to go up by 17 points with 10 minutes left. So are we being too harsh on Texas and what they are? Just because these other remaining teams have been so impressive, with Ohio State dominating Tennessee from the start. Same thing with that Oregon game. No let up in either contest. Similar stories with Notre Dame and Penn State and their opponents. Maybe we're a little harsh on Texas because they haven't been as impressive as the other 3 remaining teams, but it's not like they've been bad. They are sitting here in the Final Four for a reason. Now, it was a soft schedule, but we can make that case. We have fun with it, but we could make that case about Notre Dame and Penn State as well.
So the segment is called Market Moves.
Mm-hmm.
We have to touch on what has happened and forecast what will happen. You know, some people said Texas should be a 2-point favorite. Obviously not right. So when they reopen the game, Ohio State opens 3.5. I was sitting in Miller's Pub, south side of Chicago, watching the line go. So they opened 3.5. And I thought, too light. Another book opens 4.5. And then they just blast it up. So the open, which was a soft open, low limits, but let's just throw a number out and see what happens, was Ohio State minus 3.5. And as this number is opening up across the country, Ohio State is scoring touchdown after touchdown on Oregon. So given what's going on the screen and what's going on, most importantly, on the television, you know the number's light. So by the end of the Rose Bowl, the number is 6. It's not going to go through 7, Joe. It's not.
No.
So what I'm
we
getting
touched
at
6.5.
is
Yeah.
there's going to be a push eventually on Texas. When is it? I don't know, because I don't have the financials to make that move happen. I know some guys that potentially could, but the question is, will they come in, and when will they come in? I believe they will. I think eventually you're going to see the 6s go away. The game is Friday. Limits get bigger as we get closer to kickoff. I have a feeling there will be an appetite for a couple groups to come in and bet Texas, not only +6, but pop them on the money line at 2-1. If you're following math and power ratings, Texas should not be 2-1 to beat Ohio State. Just should not be. And I do expect that push to come. Will it be Monday, Tuesday? Probably not. Thursday, Friday? Maybe. But I do think you're going to see some bites on Texas at +6.
These 2 games, Island games, Thursday night, Friday night. And we have these conversations from time to time, very late in the NFL season, usually Championship Sunday and the Super Bowl. Public has their say. And it's not irrelevant like it is during the regular season when the public has their say. It's smart money. It's respected minds that are moving numbers in the NFL. And now we're down to 4 left. It's going to be the talk of Thursday and Friday. There's going to be a lot of public money coming in. I'm starting to wonder, with this playoff, with more excitement, with, I know we have a point spread of 6. I'm still really excited for this game. Look at these teams, these national powerhouses that are involved here in these 2 games. Do you think there's a chance that the public money, it could be an avalanche where there starts to be a little bit of movement? Like I said, we only talk about this NFL playoffs and Super Bowl because there is so much action where the liability could build up. public's probably not coming in on Texas. I think we all understand that. And I don't know. I'm wondering, could this continue to climb? You said it's not going to 7. I agree with you just based on what we've seen. It was at 6.5, and it's been knocked down a little bit. It sounds like you think it could get knocked down 5.5 everywhere. There's one rogue 5.5 that is juiced out there at the moment. But what about the public? Is there any way that they could come in and kind of nudge this number up?
Potentially, but there's going to be a fight around 6. So if they come in and bet 6, which I expect them to, then it goes to 5.5. You'll have other guys that want to lay 5.5 back, and then the public will lay 5.5. So you're probably going to close at 6. But I do think eventually, at some point during this week, there will be a push on Texas plus 6. Not to say it's correct, not to say it's going to win, but you can't open a game 3.5 and then get to 6 and not have a pushback on the other side in a championship game, right? A college football playoff game to go to the national title game. I would find that very, very strange if we didn't get that Texas money eventually to come into the market.
Very interesting. And if we get to Thursday here, we still have Notre Dame as the favorite. For Notre Dame, Penn State Thursday, shorter rest for Notre Dame, obviously, with the game getting postponed, and Penn State got their game out of the way early. They were the first game of the last round, playing on New Year's Eve. It is at BetMGM, Notre Dame minus 1.5. The majority of the market, let's call it 2. There are also some 2.5s out there. You look at the Superbook out in Las Vegas, John Murray and the boys out at Notre Dame, minus 2.5, kind of telling you a story. They're also at a total of 46, lower number compared to where we're at in most places. The total opened 47.5, Sam, and now it's mostly 46.5 there.
I was telling our guys in Buffalo on Friday, you go on Thursday, I go on Friday. They asked me about the game, knowing full well that you and I are buttered with Notre Dame. And I said on Friday, I think under 47 is the move. I didn't even bet it. I wish I did, because I look at a couple spots, 46, and there's a couple 45.5s, 45.5 offshore. Whew, that thing got destroyed off the 47, and I, of course, did not bet it. I hate when that happens. I'm like, oh, yeah, I love under 47, and then I don't do it because I got a million things going on Friday, and then you look up Monday morning, and it's a 1.5 lower. Oh, well. I mean, we need Notre Dame to win. As for where the game goes and closes, it's hard to envision it going to 3. It really is. We have a couple shops at 2.5 in Vegas, Superbook and South Point, 2 of our friends in Vegas. Consensus number, I think you're right. Let's call it 2. I mean, there's a nice range. If you like Notre Dame, there are books where you can lay 1.5 flat, minus 110. If you like Penn State, you can take 2s, or you can go to Vegas and take 2.5 flat. So the importance of the number, and we learned this on Saturday night. We're out watching Bengals and Steelers. Game lands 2. Game opened 3. Cincinnati minus 3 at Pittsburgh. So the people that took 3 and 2.5 with Pittsburgh won. The line also got as low as Cincy minus 1, 1.5. So the Bengals minus 1 and 1.5 hit. The Steelers plus 2.5, 3 hit. Games can land 2. And that game did, and the books lost all the bets. So I'm not saying that this one's going to land 2, but if you're on the favorite, please lay the 1.5. If you're on the dog, take the 2, 2.5. Numbers matter. Numbers actually matter.
It's all available out there. The move on the total makes perfect sense, especially the way these teams are coming in. You've got Penn State, that SMU game, multiple scores on defense, right? And then you look at Boise, they weren't able to do much. Indiana, the finals 27-17, Notre Dame, Indiana, but it was a lot of garbage points. All of the Indiana scoring on the touchdowns comes at the very end, and it still ends up being a low-scoring game. And then that Notre Dame defense shut down Georgia, even though Stockton wasn't all that terrible. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense that under gets hit at 46.5, much higher in that Ohio State Texas game. As far as closing numbers, I agree with you. We're not going to get to 3. It might just be where we're at right now. Even though we're days away from getting to that point, yeah, I don't see it getting a 3 and then Notre Dame 1.5. No, I expect those to be gone. It's probably going to close somewhere around 2 or 2.5. And then Ohio State feels like if it gets bumped up to 6.5, they're going to come in on the other side. And if it goes down to 5.5, they're going to come in and back Ohio State. So we might already be there with the large sample size that we do have at this point in the season. All right, we're going to break down all of the wild card games next, go over the current numbers, the movements, and our initial thoughts on Super Wild Card Weekend right here on the BetQL Network.
You're listening to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Welcome back to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
2 wildcard games Saturday, 3 Sunday, and then Monday Night Football. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich with you. This is BetQL Daily. We've got numbers. We've got matchups that we want to discuss with all these wildcard games. And don't forget, you bet, the countdown, the kickoff version, the one with Sammy P, the one we care about. No, we care about them all. Is going to be all weekend long. Sam's got shows 7 days a week. Better man than I. You bet countdown to kickoff playoff edition. Nick Costos, Sammy P begins this Saturday, 8 to 10 a.m. Eastern, and Sunday, 10 a.m. to noon Eastern. Oh, those 8 a.m. Eastern shows are fun, Sam. An hour earlier before our normal time. You're going to be like, damn it. Thank God we don't start at this time every single day. I mean, that's my reaction every Sunday with a smile.
Well, here's the truth, though, because I love this show, as you know. When I got the phone call a month ago that said, hey, we're going to do You Better You Bet on Saturdays. There's only 2 of them, 2 Saturdays. It's the next 2 Saturdays. So it's the 11th and the 18th.
Okay.
And he said, you can take a weekday off to trade. And I said, no, Gator don't play that. Gator don't play that. So no, I'm not missing a day of this show. You got to be crazy. I love this show. Why would I take this off? Do know though that vacation starts February 17th. Whether they approve it or not, I'm gone. I did not, but I don't care. I'm telling them right now, I am gone on February 17th. Gone.
When you wake up on February 11th, you're going to say, why didn't we put in the vacation now? Why did we decide to wait a week? But
because you have so much to talk about. Super Bowl's on the 9th. You have the fallout from the Super Bowl on the 10th. And then you have the next year markets. The Super Bowl market for next year will be up. We can make win totals. We can have fun with that. And then guess what happens later that week? Pitchers and catchers report to spring training. So Jake will be carrying our show.
Who cares?
Yeah. I mean, it'll be like Christmas Eve, Christmas, and then we're gone. So it'll be fun. But I can't wait. Saturday and Sunday, double dose of Nikki K and Sammy P. I don't know that the people asked for it, but the people are going to get it.
I don't know about you, but I'm really looking forward to those Sunday morning game day shows in the divisional round and the championship round when we have 3 hours to preview 2 games on those Sundays. That's what after talking about those games all week, that's what I'm really looking forward to. But hey, it's going to be great, and we're going to have late movement. Remember, we're in the playoffs here, so there are going to be more props available as well. I would think they're going to get super creative coming up this week, and we'll continue to break it down every day. And Sammy P has promised that the information he gives you on Saturday and Sunday shows, not discussed at all during the week. So got to be here all week, and then you've got to join us on the weekend right here on the BetQL network. All right, let's start on the AFC side. This is the side where we have the larger point spreads. So that's where we're going to go. And I don't know if this was by design, but they go, okay, let's have the 2 AFC games go on Saturday. And the first game on Sunday is also going to be on the AFC side. We will go in chronological order, and it's going to start with the Chargers. This is supposed to be the most competitive of the three games. The Chargers as a road favorite. We've been talking about this for months. See, the problem is now everybody's on board, and everybody wants to do the exact same thing. And that is why the Houston Texans are a home underdog. Now, Houston and just the league in general, the idea of the home underdog has not been profitable at all this season, Sam. And right now we are looking at the Chargers -3. There is one sharp book out there that has a 2.5, but that is juiced. We have the lowest total of Super Wildcard Weekend at 43, and the number is 3. No surprise here that the Chargers are a road favorite. You know, the reality is neither team has been successful against playoff teams this year with Chargers Texans.
Our priors would say we're going to bet the Chargers.
Yeah.
Don't necessarily feel that way, though. And this total, even within the last hour, has gotten decked down. So the 43.5s are mostly gone. There's a 42.5 right now on a Monday morning. Do you think that's a little old lady with blue hair betting that in Vegas? No, it is not. So coming under early in the week on the under, which did open actually 44. That's gone. That went away within, 15 minutes at Superbook, 20 minutes, give or take. And now the 43.5s are running. So I'm not saying chase the steam, but if you have a 43.5 and you're thinking about the under, you might want to just bet it now. If you like the over, the market is trending downward, maybe you get a 42. So the under money is the early move, and then as we know, there eventually should be a move over. But the initial push so far in this game is on the under, betting on defense between LA and Houston.
Yeah, well, if you're betting on defense, my thought is there's one defense that's better, and it's the team getting points, home underdog. I'm not telling you to bet the Texans because I've been driving the bus that has been fade the Texans when we get to the playoffs. But now we're sitting here and you're looking at the matchup. You're like, oh, man. Now look, the quarterback, we have the advantage with the road team. The head coach, the entire coaching staff, we have the advantage with the road team, which is something that you have to consider. But, yeah, we're laying 3. It's going to be a tough number, man. The Texans, since Halloween night, we remember when they played, they were fraudulent. Going into that Halloween night game, they were sitting 6-2, and everybody was talking about it. And we were all spot on because then they go 4-5 the rest of the way, and we're sitting here 10-7 on the season. Extremely unimpressive. A lot of injuries on the offensive side. And you want to talk about the regression monster, it has hit C.J. Stroud in a major way. And I know there's going to be a lot of people that say, well, it's not his fault. All of a sudden, Bobby Sloak became an awful play caller. It's not his fault that you have all these injuries with Tank Dell. And then they bring in Diggs, and he gets injured very early on in the season. Nah, I don't buy into that crap, man. The elite quarterbacks are still elite quarterbacks. They still find a way. The talk coming into the season about Josh Allen was that he didn't have any help. Well, Josh Allen's having an MVP-type season. So I would put more on Stroud than people are willing to do right now.
Did you see, by the way, the Texans have made the wild card round 8 times, and every single time they play on the Saturday 4:30 Eastern slot?
Well-deserved.
Every single
well-deserved.
time.
Like,
8 out of 8.
Who's excited? Who's excited to see the Texans play in the playoffs? We're all expecting it to be a very short stay. I think it's well-deserved. And sometimes it ends up being with backup quarterbacks. I know that was the reasoning in a bunch of the other years.
T.J. Yates.
Yeah. Oh, there have been some bad ones. There have been some awful quarterbacks. So, yeah, just some initial thoughts. These two teams did not play during the regular season. Pittsburgh, Baltimore did. They played twice, and they split. Where are we with the current number? Is it 9.5? We still there? Yeah, it looks like 9.5 across the board.
Everywhere except for Pinnacle, very sharp offshore shop. Pinnacle dealing 10 plus 101 on the Ravens. Total has come down a smidge, opened 46. Now we're 45.5. I don't know where to start here. Obviously, the books are going to need Pittsburgh. We know that much. They need one of these dogs. Well, they'd love one of them to cover. They need one of them to win, though. If Pittsburgh or Denver could win outright, the books would be very happy on the AFC side of the bracket. But, Russell Wilson, want to talk about regression, brother. You know, we had sort of teased at two teams maybe not being as good as they were perceived. One of them was Pittsburgh. The other one was Minnesota. And we saw it from Pittsburgh losing 4 straight, right, to end the season. Wilson was blech, although George Pickens dropped everything thrown his way. That didn't help on Saturday. Pittsburgh and Minnesota both sort of showing you their vulnerabilities at cornerback, if you will.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to think of how many which ways we're going to see money line parlays, man. Those have been cashing all season long, hammering the books. And obviously, there's going to be ones with the high point spreads. Maybe Philadelphia mixed in there as well, as that number has been climbing. But when you say the books need a dog to win, you're certainly spot on. But that's what's going to be bet a lot. Now, people are probably going to be looking for a third leg to add to Buffalo and to add along with Baltimore. Maybe they end up going with Philly. So if you go moneyline parlay, Baltimore, Buffalo, Philly, that's even money. That's even money right there.
That'll be popular
That's what they're going to
this
play.
weekend. 100%.
Yep, for sure. Lot to get into throughout the week. The Steelers falling apart down the stretch. No offense. Lamar struggles in the playoffs, but the Ravens have done very well against good teams. Interesting angles there. Detroit, Buffalo has not played this season.
Denver.
I'm sorry. Yes. Buffalo, Denver has not played this season, but we saw the impressive game by Bo Nix. Chiefs weren't playing anybody. Chiefs weren't showing anything. Certainly something that you have to keep in mind. So Denver finally takes care of business to get into the playoffs. And Buffalo, Sam, is a team that can smoke teams. They have beaten teams by 9 or more 8 different times this year. They have 8 wins of 9 or more points, and right now that's what they would need. They would need a 9-point win to cover this spread at home.
This was always a very popular play for several guys I know in Vegas. Take the rookie quarterback, first playoff start, going on the road, and put him in the coffin.
Mm-hmm.
That's very, very popular with guys that I know. They're going to look to bet against him. We've seen a lot of these 8.5s run to 9. I don't know. JLC asked, do we get to 10? I doubt it. But there will be several people I know that want Buffalo. Anything sub 10, they'll bet.
That seems, if you're picking one big point spread to lay it, this seems like the one. Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen on record. For about a month, he's been saying, yeah, we're not showing anything. Rest of the way, we are not showing anything, and it doesn't look like they did. We'll get to the NFC side. Initial thoughts. They continue with these wild card matchups. Joe O, Sammy P. You've got BetQL Daily on the BetQL Network.
You're listening to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
for his first career game-winning drive to end his first season. It'll come down to Cairo Santos from 51 yards. Good snap, good hold. The kick on the way by Santos, and it is good! The Bears' losing streak comes to an end on the final play of the regular season.
Welcome back to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Who cares? Oh, they were so mad at me, Sam. Oh, you're so miserable. You're the worst kind of fan, because my reaction was, watch it go to Thomas Brown. Watch them give this job to Thomas Brown. Obviously knowing it's not going to Thomas Brown, but this family is so dumb they don't know how to react when they beat the Packers, but they did yesterday. Kate Cosmo brought it up, and I laughed it off. I should have bet it because I was on the Bears plus 10. You were on Bears plus 10. And I didn't even realize, but she had mentioned yesterday morning it's Virginia McCaskey's 102nd birthday yesterday, maybe hanging with Sister Jean, possibly.
Oh,
and
God.
she got to celebrate it with a Bears victory in the last moment in Lambeau. And
Yay!
I'm like, cool. Against backups, they pull Jordan Love out of the game. Watson goes off on a cart. Dobbs didn't even play. I'm like, it is what it is, man. Like, okay, you can celebrate it, end of the streak. You can think there's a rivalry. There are certain rivalries that were rivalries in 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, maybe 80s that are not rivalries anymore. You know what I mean? When you go a few decades and you're dominated by one side, I don't really view that as a rivalry. But anyways, that's not why you came today. But anyways, I laughed. Yeah.
To be fair, I did think about Bears money line, and we had talked on Friday about how they were making all of these money line favorites much higher. Like the correlation between the spread and the money line was off. The Packers should have been minus 420, 430, but they were dealing minus 500 or higher because they knew that you were going to bet Packers money line in your parlays. So they just said, all right, you know what? All these teams, the Commanders, the Falcons, the Packers, let's just take the money line price and jack it up a bit. So that true money line price on the Bears was higher than it should have been. Did not bet it, though. Did not bet it. Wish I did not. Took 10. Was happy to take 10. I was texting with Costos during the game because he was on Green Bay and I was on Chicago. And the Bears returned the punt, and he goes, fluky play, total luck. And I go, oh, you want to talk about luck? You want to talk about luck, brother? The Ramily? You want to talk about luck? Give me a break. I don't want to hear that word out of your mouth again after you want to talk about the Ramily for 8 weeks and how luck box that team is. Oh, now you want to talk about luck. Got it. Okay. But the Bears, you knew they were going to go in there and try and win because the Bears are dumb. They're dumb.
That was a really cool trick play. That was cool, though. The way that they were able to pull that off.
Evan Hester, Johnny Knox play that they ran back in the day. Look, I understand building momentum for your young team, and you want to see your quarterback win games like this. That's all fine and dandy. If it were me, though, I wouldn't have even played the kid at quarterback. Nope. I wouldn't have even played him because if he blows a knee out and has to ruin his entire offseason, like there's one thing Caleb Williams needs. It's time away from the field. He needs to just go on vacation and relax and enjoy his life. He needs to put this rookie season behind him with all the failures in the win-loss column. Like statistically, he hasn't been that bad, and he's been very protective of the football. Not a lot of picks, taking a lot of sacks, but not a lot of picks. He just needs to go away for a while and come back reinvigorated and ready to go in training camp. Can you imagine if he would have gotten hurt yesterday? It would have ruined his entire offseason and potentially his future in the NFL. So I wouldn't have played him at all. But now you got Bears fans all, yeah, we beat the Packers. Okay, whatever. the Packers didn't give a damn about that game after the second quarter.
Not. Yeah,
Did not care.
And look, I made the case you don't play Drake May. They kept it quiet. They played Drake May for a series. For what? Why? He should have been sitting that entire game. Now, they did the right thing and pulled him. I don't know if that had anything to do with Kraft's decision. They end up losing the number 1 pick, but I thought that was interesting. I don't know why you don't just sit him the entire game. But yeah, Caleb plays the entire game. Why? And I haven't heard a lot of people talk about that. Of course, it makes sense with these rookie quarterbacks when they have something on the line, but you've been talking a lot about it, and I totally am on board. Just the risk of derailing your entire offseason program and moving forward to next year, I don't understand. So you have Jordan Love on the field, and he injures his hand yesterday. So, I mean, there was seeding on the line for the Packers, but it didn't really come up to Green Bay. It didn't matter what they did. It was more about what Washington was going to do. So Green Bay ends up getting the 7. They preferred the 6, of course. Washington was in that same spot. They're happy with the 6. But Green Bay gets the 7. They're going to go to Philly for Wild Card Weekend coming up on Sunday. So it is the Eagles at 14-3, and we have not seen their quarterback in a long time. By the time he gets back on the field, it's going to be about a month since he's played a full game. We don't know how Jalen Hurts is doing, how he's going to respond from the concussion. Certainly something that we're going to speculate all season long. And when you look at the Green Bay Packers, something else that has to stand out, Sam, is the struggles within the division. You bring that up because the division is so great, because it's the best in the league. So overall, they've had their struggles against tough competition, and people, that might be one of the angles that they're betting, because this is one of those point spreads that has been moving north as Eagles money has been coming in since it was posted last night.
Definitely some uncertainty with Jordan Love. That has to be a part of the equation. People don't know. I mean, forget not playing. They don't know how healthy he is. Can he do what he has to do? But you also have this faction of people that realize how good the Eagles are. There's always going to be respect for a healthy Jordan Love on the road because we've seen it. We've watched it with our eyes. We've seen them go on the road and play and hang. So I thought the opener was big time respect for Green Bay. But the Sharps didn't care. The Sharps said, okay, we'll bet against this version of Jordan Love that clearly hasn't been healthy since the opener against the Eagles, ironically enough, in Brazil, when Love got banged up in that game. And then I think he missed the next couple weeks, right? Because Malik Willis came in and took control of the team for a very small pocket. So he's been battling multiple injuries. He's not 100%, anywhere near it for that matter. And you have a Philly defense that has quietly rounded into one of the best in football. I mean, Sumer Sports has the Eagles 3rd against the rush and 6th against the pass. This is an outstanding defense and a turnaround that took them from one of the worst in the league last year to one of the best in the league this year under Vic Fangio. And their drafting has been insane. Jalen Carter on the D-line, Quinyon Mitchell at corner, Cooper DeJean at nickel. They've made all the right moves in the draft, and they've been able to develop these guys. So that defense against a mangled offense, you mentioned Watson. Didn't Watson get carted off yesterday? I make that up. He got hurt.
No, he got carted off.
Okay, so he's carted out. Dobbs didn't play. It's not a healthy
Jair
Packers
Alexander's
offense.
done. Yeah.
Oh, he never plays. I mean,
I know.
He never plays.
But when he
anymore.
is, he's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who plays more, Jair Alexander or Antoine Winfield. I don't know. I mean, they're always out. The secondary guy for Tampa. But that's, I believe, the reasoning for the move on Philly. Great defense at home against an offense that just isn't healthy right now.
When JLC mentioned 6, I was thinking, this ain't getting a 6. Sam, this is getting a 6. BetMGM's at 5.5, and I see a number of 5.5s out there, a couple 5s. I see a rogue 4.5 that's a little bit juiced. South Point's still at 4.5 at -110. but when are we going to get pushback on Green Bay? The only one I know is saying bet Green Bay is Horvat, and he's always going to. It doesn't matter what the number is; he's going to say bet Green Bay because that's his team. He's a fan. So, I mean, maybe some injury news could decide which direction this ends up going with some of those other pieces, and also talking about Jalen Hurts. But yeah, they got a chance to rest. Philly did all their guys. Jalen Carter, offensively, the weapons there. Offensive line, they ended up resting at least a few starters yesterday. So Packers coming in hobbled, and then the Eagles are going to be fresh. So it should be a big Saquon game. Looking forward to seeing what that number is. The second game, and this is going to be your Sunday night game on with Tirico and Collinsworth. It's going to be Tampa Bay, Washington. This one might not budge that much. A lot of movement with that Philly game, but this just could be a rock solid 3 all week. No movement on the side, no movement on the total. Bucks your home favorite going against another rookie quarterback here.
Could see anything happen in this game. Could make a case. Favorite, dog, over, under. Great game. Awesome for betting action. Tampa will be popular in parlays. We know that. People are going to moneyline parlay Tampa with a couple things, likely. I can't wait to watch Jaden Daniels in the playoffs, man. I cannot wait. And I think the obvious angle is to look at Baker Mayfield and Jaden Daniels and think over. But remember, a lot of these playoff games, the pressure picks up. And offense, like look at that game last night. Detroit, Minnesota. The total was 57 at kickoff at a couple places. Didn't even come close. It's 10-9 midway through the third. These playoff games, for the most part, do not have the dual track meet. You're not going to see many Dallas Green Bay games like you saw last year, where it's just back and forth, back and forth. You don't generally see that in the playoffs. So I'm never one to think blind over in any playoff game. I can't wait to watch it. And you know what? I might end up with Washington money line, but I'm going to wait until Sunday night because I have a feeling you'll get the best price by Sunday night.
Yeah, that narrative, I mean, it's already out there and people are betting into it a little bit, but people forget. And the narrative about rookie quarterbacks and how much they struggle in the playoffs, especially going on the road, that's going to be out there. It's going to be an interesting one. Washington, they've really struggled against playoff teams this year. The one win that they have against playoff teams was the Eagles when Jalen Hurts got hurt. That's pretty interesting to me, that a lot of their wins coming against the soft portion of the schedule. How's Bowles going to do against a rookie quarterback? But, on that flip side, a little bit to your defense, the state of the Bucs secondary is a problem. It's been a problem all year. They can stop the run. They can't stop the pass. And these two teams did play this year, but it was back in week 1. Jaden Daniels had a very good running game, not so much passing. That's when the Bucs secondary was healthy. They are far from healthy at this point. Again, the number 3, we're not sure that you're going to see a ton of movement all week until maybe we get to that 3.5, 4, and that would be the best time to bet Washington. And then the one that we're really going to be excited for, Minnesota at the LA Rams, and we have seen some movement on this point spread. So Minnesota, LA, they're going to get a little extra rest and a lot of extra rest for the Rams since they didn't play any of their dudes. They sat all of the key weapons on offense yesterday. So it's kind of like a bye week for them. And right now, if you look at it, it is Minnesota -2. That's about where we open. Minnesota -2, number of 47. Earlier this morning, you could find a 1.5 on Minnesota at BetMGM. There are also some 2.5s available. And if you search, you can find 1.5 at a couple of spots out there. But yeah, they're going against the Vikings a little bit after watching them last night. I guess not a big surprise after having 3 possessions inside the 10 and scoring a total of 3 points.
Yeah, a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking on that game. Well, Minnesota stinks. Minnesota's a fraud. Sam Darnold's cooked. This is the Darnold we knew. Okay, if you want to take a team that went 14-3 and point to maybe their worst game in 2 months, go for it. Have at it. I'm seeing everybody say Rams so far. Your guy Danny Parkins last night was begging for a Rams line to bet the money line. So that's where we're at. Everybody wants to bet Rams and fade Vikings because Vikings lost to Lions, even though score was 10-9 third quarter.
This is going to be a very good conversation. And I don't want to jump in and just say, just fade the Rams, just fade the Rams. Great offensive minds on both sides. I'm really looking forward to this game. High-ish total. We'll continue the conversation. We'll empty the notebook. A few other things we need to get to. Oh, we've got the announcement, the winner for Circa Survivor. How many of them? That's on the other side. BetQL Network.
You're listening to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Welcome back to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Think you know football? Prove it in BetMGM's free-to-play $1 Million Playoff Football Challenge. For each round of the big game playoffs, you have the opportunity to answer 3 historical playoff football questions. If you answer all 3 correctly, you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. In the first entry period, there are 3 questions about the wild card game with $250 in bonus bets up for grabs. Second entry period, 3 questions about divisional games, $250K in bonus bets up for grabs. Third entry period, 3 questions about conference championship games, $500,000 in bonus bets up for grabs. Here's how it works. Access the $1 Million Playoff Football Challenge promotion at BetMGM.com or the BetMGM app. Secondly, you answer 3 questions per round during the big game playoffs. And then if you answer all 3 questions correctly, you'll win a share of bonus bets for that playoff round. So go check that out. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich here with you on BetQL Daily. We've been going heavy NFL. Of course, we got the college football playoff picks back up on Thursday. We'll certainly talk a lot about those games as well. Circa Survivor. It all wrapped up yesterday, Sam. So going into week 18, there were 18 entries still alive for $14.3 million. In the end, 8 winners go 20-0, last all 18 weeks. And before Uncle Sam steps in, each of them get about $1.8 million each. So, man, what a sweat. God, I hate to bring it up, but I know it's about the celebration for those people. What about getting to this spot, the 20th pick, and then you get bounced with a dumb team like the Atlanta Falcons or Green Bay Packers?
What if
brutal.
the Bears killed you in Survivor? The Bears
It
had
happened
lost
for a couple.
how many games in a row? Was it 10? 10 straight losses? 10 or 11? And then
They
the
haven't
Bears
won a Sunday road game in like 4 years.
They hadn't beaten the Packers since 2018. And they make that field goal. Imagine watching that game, this pathetic Bears team that hasn't won since October? And they hit that field goal. After McManus hits the field goal to go up for Green Bay, Caleb takes the Bears down the field, and Cairo Santos kicks the ball through the uprights, runs into the arms of his teammates, and blasts the middle finger at the Packer fans. Of course, that's how it goes down. So I was actually, again, and we're driving back from Pittsburgh, so I wasn't watching most of these games. Had a couple instances where I did put the YouTube TV on and watch it through the car, but there was a stretch, and I did take a screenshot of my phone at 3:43 p.m. Eastern. The Bears are up 21-19. The Panthers and Falcons are tied 31-31. And the Saints have the ball at midfield down 20-19. So all 3 of those teams, Packers, Falcons, Bucks, are hanging in the balance. Fourth quarter. I mean, that had to be one of the better Survivor sweats of all time, considering the 3 most popular teams were all either, one is down 2, one is tied, and one is down 1.
The Colts game went to overtime.
For.
And the Colts game went to overtime against Jacksonville.
That's right.
So, and all of those games were early. And so there was a point where those top 4 picks all sweats. And then what's left? Arizona in the afternoon, 1 entry where they were envisioning, what if I get all $14 million? That was a possibility and for a short period of time yesterday. How about the Falcons? You got this great pick, and you're getting a favorite of more than a touchdown in the last week of Survivor for $14 million. 8 entries end up taking them. I can't fault them at all. You're at home. Carolina puts 44 on your ass. 44. That's been the hesitation with Atlanta all year, and that's why we were saying, Sam, guys, go bet the Bucks to win the division when it was about 3-1. The second half schedule's so soft, and do you really trust the Atlanta Falcons? Do you really? Sometimes we were joking around with Ian McMillan about it, but no, we didn't. We didn't trust the quarterback, and certainly not the defense, which can't get any pressure on opposing quarterbacks. Bryce Young strolls into Atlanta, has 5 total touchdowns. That's rough, man. That is life-changing money for a lot of people. 8 of them have Atlanta. They go down in flames. That was overall the most popular pick yesterday.
I didn't realize, too, that the Cardinals scored 21 points in the fourth quarter to win 47-24. So even that game
that was close.
Was sweaty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
Well, it was 26-24 after 3 quarters. And then Arizona gets 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter to win handily. But every player or every group of players in the Survivor Week 18 had to sweat. And that's the name of the game. I saw some videos, Derek Stevens hanging out with the regulars, hanging out with the guys in the contest. They're all boozing. I was watching one of the guys took his shirt off and ran around the book. That's
was it Mike
awesome.
Palm?
No, it was not Mike Palm. It was one of the contestants. Mike Palm took his shirt off later in the night. That's what you want, though. And there was a group of 6 guys. They all went in together. I don't know where they're from, but they had the Colts. So they get the field goal in overtime, and they were going nuts. And Jeff Schwartz works for one of our competitors, and he goes, "Hey, we just had these guys on our show. They were bombed."
Oh, yeah?
I believe it. I would be too. I mean, I'd be bombed without $14 million on the line. But great contest. And people always say, well, Survivor will never get bigger. Okay. Let's see what the pot is next year.
You think? Because it was wild this year. How it was dogs early and then a lot of favorites, as we've been chronicling on this show. Yeah, it's going to keep getting bigger. I think you're right. If they could make it, I know because of the regulations they can't. If it were able to be a national contest where you didn't have to go to Vegas to sign up, just imagine what that number would be. But you got what? So 8 in the end? 8 out of how many people? That's a pretty good number. For everybody to walk away and say they won almost $2 million, that's pretty darn good. And the guarantee will go up. I find it fascinating that Survivor has lapped some of the ATS contests out there. Those used to be the thing in Vegas, and Survivor comes in and it is completely taken over. So I find that interesting. I always
who
laugh.
you can thank, by the way? Sorry, you know who you can thank for the inability to do these cross-state contests?
Oh, there's
who
one
was
person
in charge of that? Yeah. Oh, yeah. 1961. This guy passed the Interstate Wire Act of 1961.
Who passed it?
Bobby Kennedy.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't pass it. I mean, they had to pass, but it was his idea to pass the legislation which would make the gambling legal across state lines. And then
where
his
we are
brother,
now,
JFK.
Do you think it'll ever change?
I don't know. Don't know.
I was just thinking with legalization, but these states, they want their piece. And I always wonder, would it go national? I don't think it will. It's just, we've gone too far. I think the states want to do their own thing. Of course they do. They all have different tax rates, right? They all live by different rules. They do whatever the hell they want, even though legalization was going to fix all of that.
Yeah.
I always joke about how much I like Survivor and I suck at it, but I finally got a winner through. It was not the biggest prize, but I got through in a 25K one. Had to make 2 picks. Seattle, Arizona was left, so I went with them. So there were 7 of us that got through. So $3,500. It's okay. Not the dream scenario, but at least we got home with at least one of the revivals because I kept joining them. I'm like, at least I won some money on the damn thing. That is frustrating.
Are you up? Are you up this year on Survivor or no?
Yes.
Good.
Yes, I am. That's not. Yeah, I guess if I include
I'm
the
not.
circle one.
I'm not up in Survivor.
Oh, and you know what? And I don't know if Paul saw this, but I guess it was like a refund in Kelly's college football survivor, because I made a little bit of money on that one too. Because all of a sudden it ended because you had all the favorites win. And remember, those favorites played the week before. Like it's impossible to still be alive. Because in the first weekend, you had to make 3 picks. And then the second weekend, you had to make 2 picks. But all the teams that already played, like it was impossible to have enough selections. So the contest is over after 2 weeks. We'll have to mess with Kelly about that on Thursday.
How funny is it that Kelly ran 2 of the worst survivor pools ever in the same season?
It was bad, man. I was really looking forward to it. And do you remember when I asked her, I said, well, what happens if you get a couple of teams that are playing in the first week and they go all the way? And she was like, not my problem.
Well, but she over adjusted a lot like the books did in this Ohio State-Texas game. She realized, okay, I didn't do enough double picks in my first contest, so now you have to pick 3 games in the playoff. So she went too far. You didn't have to pick enough teams in the first pool. Now you have to pick too many games in the second. It's always the Goldilocks analogy. This one was too hot. This one was too cold. Next year, she'll get it just right.
Okay. It's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, man. So we're going to start the conversation on Thursday.
Why do you suck at survivor pools? Why are you the worst survivor horde in the world?
You ran the 2 worst survivor pools we've ever seen. How you doing? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Hashtag splash.
How many made it all the way? The one where you got like 50 cents back?
Everybody. It's like 2 people were knocked out of 2,000. I actually am curious. Hold on, stand by. Because I thought my partner and I were like, oh, we're going to be in the money. And then of the 1,100 entries, there were 296 survivors.
Wow. Yeah, that was a lot. For as long as the season was, that ended up being a lot. With revivals, I'm not surprised that, there were 7 left at the very end. I've got to look. The rich people pool, talked about our guys from the 108. They ended up winning that one. But, they chopped. The one where I had a pot of around like $65,000, there were 4 guys that chopped. They didn't play in week 18.
Good.
So that's what they ended up.
I love to see people make money. That's what it's all about. I will never knock somebody from making money. I'm looking at my splash page right now. We had 2 entries, and that was $100 a piece. So we came in with 200 down, 200 on the table, and we won $338. So our net is $138 in this 15-week college football survivor pool.
Oh, man. So, okay. So now I'm checking.
And you were pressuring me too. Remember, you're like, oh, come on, join the second one. And I said, no.
You would have made a little money. You would have made a little profit.
No. Nope.
But yeah, I know. Paul was all over it. He was texting me. He's like, so what are they going to do here? I'm like, I don't know, man. I realized I didn't win, but nobody won. Second round, it ended. What a survivor pool. It ends in the second round for the entire pool. She's legendary. My revival one that I ran, 15 survived. And one of them was our guy, Nate Jacobson. He survived. So I don't know what they're all going to get. It's about 24K, 15 left. So at least they got a little bit of something. Not a huge prize. But they got a good 4 figures back. So that's good.
That's better than my $138.
Yeah, and a few cents, like just sitting there. Are you going to do? You can do a NFL playoff survivor.
Stop.
Those are fun.
Stop. You have a problem. Stop.
Well, I see 50K guaranteed. I got money sitting there. Why not? Don't you want to use it? You don't want to use the money sitting there?
Nope, I do not.
50K? It's not going to be like Kelly where they make you make 5 picks a week.
Nope. I just need my Barkley money to hit, and I might retire.
Well, you'll get there. So, we got a surprise for the people coming up next. I've got to go to my scale, apparently, because I was guessing how much weight Sam gained over the last couple of weeks. He did not tell me, but we're going to find out on the other side. And that now I've got to take a look over the last couple of weeks, see how much. Oh, it's going to be an ugly few moments. I might be late for the break. We'll do that on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, BetQL Daily, right here on the BetQL Network.
You're listening to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Welcome back to BetQL Daily with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Thank God our contest plays are over with, so we don't have to come together on Fridays and figure out 5 picks to get through. There's that at least. I see that on the bottom of the screen. Yeah, we'll get to the scale results in a moment for those that were sticking around. Maybe there were a few people sticking around so they could laugh at us coming up. So on the year, I think we went 2-3 this weekend, but on the year individually, we each did better on these picks. In the Chicago Media League, Paul did the best of the 3 of us. And Sam, we have different picks every week. Our record was identical. We both finished with 45 points on the year. It was not good. You were 45-45. I was 44-44-2. 45 points locked in, even though we had different picks every week. It's wild.
I'll tell you what, I am content in the year of the public NFL betting that went down. I'm content being 500. It could have been a lot worse for me, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at least we're
the
not
bartender went 33-21 this year. He came into the season all time in 4 seasons of stats. He came in picking 42%. 42%. He went 33-21 this year. If that doesn't tell you everything you need to know, I don't know what to tell you.
But that makes sense, though, right? Because it's going to happen one of these years. Everything turns around. Water's going to find its level at some point, and so this was the bartender's year. So is that a statement more about the public, what happened this year, or he was #do factor, a little something, or maybe a little bit of column A, column B, maybe column C, that he would be a hard fade next year?
He's 100% a hard fade next year. And the 2 guys that finished 1-2 in our media contest, love them both, invited them both to this pool. The guy who finished first didn't want to join the pool. Didn't want to join the pool because he said he stinks at the NFL. And the second guy doesn't even watch the NFL.
Doesn't watch?
No.
Who's Labo?
I don't know who Labo is.
I don't know either. That's 3rd place. Okay, but the winning record, 53-35-2 in our contest. So congratulations there. A lot of, we admit it. Been a tough NFL regular season. Hopefully the playoffs
60%
treat us a little better. Wow, 60%.
60%.
It's tough, man. Best in the world. It's tough for them to get to 60%. All right, we're putting it off here. Scale results. I'm glad I did it. I'll say that. In my mind, I thought it was going to be worse. And what we're talking about is we're being general about the last couple of weeks, basically the holidays. How much weight did you gain the holidays? And this is why the gym is packed. Friday, I went to the gym, Sam. I couldn't get in. I was pissed off. I just left. I'm like, I'm out of here. It was so packed. I'm like, oh, yeah, new year, new me. Yeah, okay. See you in a couple weeks. Oh, wait, no, I won't see you. But anyways, I'm glad I got the data, the hardcore number. So are there any guesses in the room on each of us what the results are as far as packing on the pounds over the holidays?
I need
guesses.
This
is dangerous.
I need guesses.
Are we guessing a round number, or are we guessing the amount of weight gained?
Yeah, let's not do the number. We'll never guess
weight gain.
Yeah, up or down. Definitely not down. Just up.
And just for context, I left Boston on December 20th, weighed myself that morning. I weighed myself this morning, January 6th. I weigh myself the same time. I weigh myself the same way. I'm not wearing a bunch of clothes when I weigh myself. So this is very straightforward. No, almost. You wish.
Okay.
Weighed myself December 20th in the morning.
I just
Weighed
got
myself
naked.
January 6th in the morning. 2 weeks in Chicago of drinking almost daily and eating the worst possible food. Paul, how much weight did I gain?
So I'll give guesses on each. Like Joe saying he thought it would be worse makes me think sub 10.
Let me
yeah.
let me say that my last weigh-in was the 14th, so I have 1 extra week. I don't know if that changes anything.
All right. I'll just fire from the hip.
Mhm.
More of Jake's move usually, but I'll say Sam 10, Joe 8.
I'm also going to go Joe 8. That was the first number that popped in my head. I'm going to go Sam 12.
Ooh, 12 on the dot. 12.
What? 12?
12.
I didn't know that was possible. That's like a
On God.
competition you just won.
On God.
Well, when I got halfway
12
through, I
pounds in
just
2
thought to
weeks.
myself, dude, I was going through my photos. There's 3 individual days where pizza was consumed on top of the steak and the pasta and the desserts and the latkes and the whiskey and the late night orders. Yeah, forget it. Destroyed myself over Christmas.
Being at home, I had an advantage. Like, even though I wasn't going as often as I would like, I was able to get to the gym here and there. So a little bit of an advantage. But, you know, once it started going downhill, it all went downhill. Both of you guys a little bit high. Here's why I'm frustrated. I was frustrated because I was actually going in the positive direction the last time I weighed in. And then as of a few moments ago, I went up 6.2. So up 6. Not great, but man, I'm
6.2 over almost a month. Like,
a few
I feel like you're being a little
like
hard
the
on
holiday
yourself.
month. Yeah.
Yeah, but I was like dropping pounds right before, too. So it's annoying.
Had some wiggle room.
I thought it was going to be a lot worse. Look, I thought it was going to be like Sam's number, but also in the back of my mind, I'm going in a boot in about a month, so I'm like, I gotta drop some of this yesterday. Yeah,
You'll put on weight for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, you will.
That one.
I'll be able to lose that 10. I'll be able to lose that 10 in 2 weeks. No problem.
Yeah. So what's the plan? Well, how are you going to lose?
Back to what
You're not going to fast?
Light breakfast, salad for lunch, protein for dinner. That's what I usually do when I'm not a scumbag.
Yeah. What was the best meal you consumed?
Probably the prime rib on Christmas. Outstanding.
Delicious.
Mm-hmm. But, I mean, I had the White Castle in there. I had the Portillo's in there. 3 different types of pizza. She wanted deep dish one day, so that's 4 kinds of pizza. Yeah, forget it.
It's just nonstop. I wouldn't say there was a meal that stood out. It was just gluttonous behavior. Just nonstop. Any excuse. Oh, day's already gone. Let's just keep on going. Oh, wife, thanks. Making cookies now. Okay, good. Let's dive in. Well, we got to knock these cookies out because tomorrow's Monday, so let's just eat the entire tray. Like, it's just ridiculous.
For sure. I mean, the kids these days and the influencers, they love the trends, right? So on covers.com, it says Sam ate unhealthy in 13 of the last 14 days. That's the trend I just saw on covers.com.
It's good. It's a good one.
Yeah, it's great.
What was the day that you were healthy? That's my big question there.
Probably when I didn't leave bed that day.
So, are we allowed to talk about Joy Taylor or not?
I just saw the light go out behind Paul's eyes.
I do work
tell
for
me
Fox
no.
Sports, so I'm just going to turn my microphone off.
Apparently, I have a lot of
How
reading
about-
to do. I'm not going to get into it. I don't even know all of this stuff these details that you guys know. You're just kind of. Anyways, I apparently have a lot of reading to do, and I was the only one on the planet that had no idea about any of this stuff that is going down. But all right, I'll save my comment. Forget it.
Thank you.
Paul
so
just
much.
exhaled. Very.
Like no one else is talking. Everyone else is just like wired shut.
What's
and
he
just
gonna
keeps
say?
going. And I was like, what's he
he
gonna
gonna
do?
say next? I was gonna make a comment about Well, like some companies
not.
have history, but you know what
Oh,
I mean.
if you don't think that I
Let's
thought
not.
about couching it in the shower
Yeah.
this morning, like how am I going to deliver this joke? I just decided, you know what, forget it. Let's not even go there. Let's not even go there.
Was it
Glad we didn't go
about
there.
Danny Parkins?
Nope, it was nothing. It was my lightning bet for tonight. I like Wisconsin -1.5. How about that, Paul? Wink, wink. Give me Wisconsin at Rutgers. I'm going to play a little Montana State in the FCS championship tonight, -3.
Montana State. Okay. There you go.
Montana State against North Dakota State tonight, 7:00 Eastern.
I'll be honest, I got nothing, man. This has been a whole lot going on over the holidays, and now we've got the NFL playoffs, college football playoff. It's just we had baseball started Saturday. Oh my God! Now we're going into this. Now, yeah, really. Next 6-7 months of my life already. We gotta do this. But
One question.
Yeah, back at it tonight too. Yes, Paul.
This is the Little League World Series year, right?
It's like the big travel year when you're 12. Yes.
Are we doing Coach Paul's secret plays, like trick plays? I'm telling you, it's gonna win you a game.
I definitely We'll have to inform Sam about it when we've got a little more time, maybe after the NFL playoffs, about some of Paul's ideas. But he had a legendary story about a trick play that I do love. I think it would work. I think you could win a big game.
I do too. You're gonna try it a couple times. It's only gonna work once. You're gonna get laughed off the field like 5 other times, but when it works, it's gonna be so worth it.
Hidden ball trick?
Better.
Yeah.
Better. Like just pretending there's an all-out war on the baseball field.
War. Yeah. Bring out the
It's hard to
muskets.
explain. Yeah. You need some time to lay out and explain all that. All right. Good luck with your wager, Sam. We'll do this again tomorrow. A lot happening all week. Keep it here on the BetQL network as we continue the college football playoff and the NFL playoffs starting on Saturday. Talk to you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on the BetQL network.
You've been listening to BetQL Daily, presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
from BetQL, it's time for the Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
And you can say I'm a homer. I don't care. Sark has built this program like Nick Saban built Alabama. This is a really deep roster. This is a national championship roster.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlor.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's finish strong, baby. Hour 3 of the Daily Tip from BetQL. It is presented by BetMGM. Great to have you with us on a Monday, a snowy Monday here in the nation's capital. I'm Michael Jenkins, live in D.C. She is Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville. Coming up in our final hour, we will look ahead to the college football semifinals, Orange Bowl on Thursday, Cotton Bowl on Friday. Then in 20 minutes, the playoffs are set in the NFL. Guess who is not in the playoffs? That would be the New England Patriots, who fired Gerard Mayo. So we get a special visit from Lucy Burge in 20 minutes. I know she has thoughts about that. In fact, I think if my memory serves, she predicted this was going to happen. So we'll talk about that as well. And in 40 minutes, we hand out our best bets and found out what the Dogster is up to as well. And we're live on X. Thank you guys for following us. So if you want to stream the final hour, you can do that as well. I'm at JinxTC, and Chelsea is at Chelsea Messenger. Do you remember the first time you ever went on air? Like, we've obviously been doing this for a long time, but you did local news just like I did. Do you remember the first time you ever went on local TV and how nervous you were?
Oh, yeah. I was doing something that wasn't even related to sports. They put me on. They were having a casting call for America's Next Top Model. So I had to interview all these girls that like wanted to be models. And it was like, you know, girls that you could tell that they were probably not going to make it. But some of the confidence in these girls, my goodness.
Yeah.
You know, it was rubbing off on me. I was like, wow, if this girl has like no shot at being a runway model, like the girl's 5'1",
right,
maybe I should be a little bit more confident in my skills. And I think that's the main thing that has changed between day one and day whatever this is you have to have some type of confidence in what you're saying and the way that you carry yourself. Because when you're nervous on air, it's contagious and it's not fun to watch. So, Jenks, I would like to think that I'm a little bit more confident than I was back then. But as far as like talent goes, like obviously I have a lot more reps and a lot more skill now.
Sure.
But the confidence also, I think, is one of the bigger difference makers between then and now.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it also helps when, you know, when you start off in a small market, like the production isn't as good. Like, I probably told this story before, like a lot of stories, but I remember one time where I was on the air and it was just, I still have this. It was just a comedy of errors where nothing went right. And so it was like, all right, we're going to go live to Ed, who is standing by now at Denison High. Okay, we don't have Ed, because I'm getting all this in my ear, right? And this is just live, and I'm on a desk. Like, okay, we don't have Ed. Okay, we do. Here we go. All right, Ed is... Okay, we're having some technical difficulties, so we're going to get back to him shortly. Let's go ahead and get to the... No, Ed is here. And, I mean, this went on. I mean, I just could feel... I'm sure you felt that moment where you're on the air and you're doing your best, but inside you can feel yourself dying. And that's how I felt. I'm like, I am dying right now. And then it never really happened. It was just a complete nightmare. I had that happen. I had one time happen where the production staff thought I was making fun of them because I made a mistake on air and I was making fun of myself. And so they decided to just cut off my audio for the rest of my sportscast just out of spite. So I did 4 minutes in silence. And then they realized their error later. They were like, hey, sorry about that. We thought you were giving us a hard time, and then we realized you were just kind of giving yourself a hard time. I was like, regardless, I think we should never just cut off the audio for 4 minutes just because you're upset about something. It was just like stuff like that was wild back in the day. Yeah, those were heady days, Chelsea.
But I do think those type of experiences, like, they're good to have. Because I think especially the ones in which you suffer some level of failure. Because here's the thing. I think when you're nervous about failing and you've never failed, that you think it's like the end of the world. You're like, oh my God, I can never recover from this. But when you fail and like the world doesn't end, you have a different type of confidence moving forward. You're like, hey, I've already been through worse things. What's the worst that could happen? It's already happened to me. So why don't I just go out there and have a good time?
I agree. Well, hopefully we'll have a good time on Thursday and Friday night. What a big week for this show. What a big week for college football. If you're watching us on X, Double D, who is our audio extraordinaire, he's a big, burly, lovable bear. I have a big crush on him.
He's not going to cut the audio for 4 minutes.
No, he's not. He's this guy, no matter what. Even when I call him a lovable bear, he'll be like, all right, you moron. I guess I'll keep us on the air. But Double D's a Penn State fan. I'm a Texas fan. Both of these teams in action this week. Double D, you can chime in here if you would like. Let's start with the Orange Bowl. Coming up on Thursday night, Notre Dame, Penn State. Notre Dame is laying a 1.5. The Irish are minus 125 on the money line. Penn State is plus 105. Your total is set at 46 and a hook, and this total has dropped 4 points, opened at 50 and a hook. My initial lean would be the under, but then I didn't jump on this number immediately. I'm like, 4 points. These two defenses are really solid. Penn State would like to run the ball with Katron Allen and Nick Singleton, and then the Irish want to do the same with their backfield. Love and Jadarian Price and Riley Leonard can get out of the pocket as well. But before we get our particular handicaps here, he's going to come on live. We're on X. We got to bring him in, and he's wearing his Falcon sweatshirt, which is really ballsy, I have to say. Double D, how are you feeling about your Penn State Nittany Lions? Forget about covering. You might as well just choose a money line bet here, right?
Yeah, I'd go money line here. Whichever way you're going to go, choose your favorite here. For me, it comes down to whether or not they can stop the running attack of Notre Dame, and that defense proved versus Genty that they could stop an elite running back, but this is a different animal, a different offensive line. So it's going to come down, for me at least, to whether or not they stop the run game, because I don't think Riley Leonard is as good a passer as everybody wants to put on him. And I think that was shown in the Georgia game where he had, 80 yards passing or something like that. But they didn't need to. They were running all over Georgia. And yeah, I think the big X factor, and it's been that way all season, can Notre Dame contain Tyler Warren? If Tyler Warren starts to feed, it's going to be a long, long night for the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. I lean Penn State here. Am I super confident in it? Of course. We are Penn State. Let's go, boys!
Take it from the guy wearing a Falcon sweatshirt right now. Hey, listen, you rep your teams. I got a lot of respect for that. Good luck to your Nittany Lions. Chelsea, what do you think here? I feel like that I've been talking your ear off about all these games because I was so excited. But what's going to happen in this one?
I think I'm going to lean towards either a full game under or a first half under. I think that's going to be the way to go. So first half total in this one set at 22.5. Both these teams want to run the football, like you said. And I think both of these defenses are pretty solid. Tyler Warren obviously is going to be the X factor for Penn State, but I will say Notre Dame, their secondary has been really good throughout the season, and a team that's been better than the market expected, which is crazy to say about a Notre Dame program that is one of those blue chip programs. Notre Dame 10-0 against the spread in their last 10 games. Absolutely crazy, but we're not talking about like a big spread in this one. So obviously they need to win the game, win by a couple of points, but I think I'll go first half. There's a bit of a layoff. I think both these defenses are the units that I want to trust here. And like we said, both these teams want to run the football. I think most of the adjustments come in the second half. So first half under 22.5, I think is the play for me.
I'm also very curious about the coaching matchup in this game. I feel like Marcus Freeman outcoached Kirby Smart when Notre Dame faced Georgia. I really do. And I would almost always give the advantage to Kirby Smart, but it was really impressive what we saw from Marcus Freeman. He was totally prepared for Georgia and everything that they brought in that game. And that was you rarely see a game where Georgia, I don't want to say was dominated, but was controlled for the majority of the game. And that's really what Notre Dame did, especially when they had 17 points in 54 seconds, something wild like that, into the first half, early second half. So Marcus Freeman versus James Franklin is very interesting. And I think James Franklin, like, he needs this dub for his reputation. And I know that it's been talked about again and again and again. And credit to Penn State for getting here.